Okay, thank you. Okay, a very good morning and good afternoon to all participants of Sustainability Development Goals, Journalism Reporting, Training of Trainer, and also to our project coordinator and all colleagues of this project. I'm Huda Ibrahim from University Utara Malaysia, and today we are going to have the first session of the TOT, which start today until the 5th of August. First, let me briefly highlight about our project, SDG Journalism Reporting. This project is funded under the Europe-Asia grant, that is Erasmus, for the capacity building of higher education. It was launched in November 2019 and to be expected to be completed in 2023. The partners of this university includes University of Santiago de Compostela, Luxembourg University of Sibiu, Romania, Novel Group SARL, Luxembourg, University of Battambang, Cambodia, Royal University of Phnom Penh, Cambodia, University of Nottingham, Ningbo, China, University of Utara Malaysia, University Malaya, and also Shenzhen Polytechnic, China. So the aim of this SDG journalism reporting is to place skills and knowledge on sustainability development at the core of high quality journalism and its impact on government policies and public awareness. By learning how to monitor specific indicators on SDG, compelling stories can be developed by journalists, and therefore decision makers, civil society, and public can be strongly influenced. So as a start, today we are going to have TOT program, which will train selected people to become our next trainer. This TOT program consists of 4 modules, and today our first module is about World Agenda and the SDG. So our trainer today, for the first session, 2:30 until 5 p.m., let me introduce Professor Town Planner Dr. Dani Saleh. Welcome, Prof. Professor Town Planner Dr. Dani is a professor of planning and property development from School of Government, University Utara Malaysia. His master and PhD is on urban and regional planning, and in his research and development projects and consultation, Prof. Dani has come across with a lot of agendas of SDG. So without further ado, we call upon Professor Town Planner Dr. Dani Saleh to share his knowledge and experience with us. So Prof, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all the participants joining this session this afternoon. So I was informed. Okay, before that, I just want to is it my voice is clear to all the participants?
It sounds okay to me, Prof. Okay.
Okay, very
Hope
good.
the rest okay.
Okay. Okay. So before we start, I think we're going to have a session about almost 2.5 hours. So I not have intention to make it full our session with a lecture. So I prefer we have, because I already divide our session into, hold on, I want to share it because I'm not really familiar with Zoom. Okay, if any interaction, please forgive me. Okay, so let me share my slide first. Okay, so for this afternoon, I rearranged the task assigned to me by the organizer. So I will start with it first. Session 1, Session 2, Session 3, and Session 4. So at the beginning section, I will try my best to give some overview regarding the SDG. Again, the second part, in the session 2, the second session, I will try to elaborate regarding Malaysian framework for SDG implementation. And the third section, I will try after we have a short break, about 10 minutes. I'm going to discuss regarding the role of media in SDG implementation. Since I'm not trained by communication background, so I more of a practitioner. Actually, I was more of a practitioner of the town planners. I do a lot of consultation project for government, and actually my activity in university is very much on consultation, actually. So at the last part, I allocate about 30 minutes our interaction to the whole audience and or the participant. I think for me, for the last session, the classroom reflection for country participatory interaction in the SDG implementation, I think this one become for me is very critical part in our session, because we're going to share the experience of implementation in SDG implementation regards to those involved in in media or as a journalist. Okay, so okay. That's what are we going to have this afternoon session. Okay, so bear in mind for the second session, I think I going to use the Malaysian experience in implementing or participate in the SDG implementation. Because for the session 1, I try to give it a brief introductory to what is SDG, but it's more on the because what for the introductory in order to understand what SDG, I think we can get into the website, which is provided by the United Nations. So I think for sure, I think our participant is quite well regarding all the sources of the data regarding the SDG, because generally SDG is very, there's a broad blueprint regarding this, how to organize, how to go about our future regarding this for the physical development, social, and etc. Okay, so for a start. Okay, before that, there's my background. Actually, that one already briefed by our Professor Huda just now. During my time doing this SDG, involving in SDG, so as a town planner, actually SDG is become the one of the main agenda that translated from the national blueprint, interpreted from the SDG from United Nations, goes to the country, and then the implementation with regards to how the Malaysian interest translate the blueprint of SDG into the country implementation exercise. Okay, so okay, what is SDG actually? Okay, so
Prof is sharing a slide abroad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What
okay.
we saw here is a list of the items. Yeah. What is this the screen that we are looking here? Is it the slides or?
Okay. Okay. Actually, what audience was she now? Is it session 1? What is SDG or others?
Yeah, it's a list of folders, Prof.
My God, sorry.
It's okay.
Because I'm not very familiar with Zone. Okay, so hold on. So what should I do? Okay. Because I know it's sharing, sorry, not sharing, I mean, because in my screen, I will start with a few slides regarding what is SDG actually.
Okay, maybe, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe Prof can start over the slide.
Yeah.
Stop it first.
Stop the sharing, yeah?
Stop the sharing.
See, and then, yeah, do it again.
Okay now? Is it the same?
Same like before.
My God.
Maybe Prof open first the slides and then Prof share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay now? Is it the same? Hello?
Yeah, okay, Prof.
Yes,
Please,
okay.
you get it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay. So that's what I'm going to do this afternoon session. Okay, we start with session 1, session 2, session 3, and the last session, session 4, is for the classroom reflection for country with the interaction in the SDG implementation. And for the second one, for the second session, we try to bring the Malaysian experience regarding the what the Malaysian, the framework about in the implementation of SDG. Okay, then the second, so in the third session, I try to elaborate on the role of media, can be played in order to implement the SDG. Okay. Okay, we start with this Okay, what is actually the sustainable development goal? Okay. SDG actually is the agenda. Agenda of is a plan of action for people's planet and prosperity. And it also seeks to strengthen universal peace in larger freedom, where we recognize that the eradicating poverty in all its form and dimension, including the extreme poverty, and this is the greatest global challenge and the indispensable requirement in order to go for sustainable development. All countries in the world and also the stakeholders acting in collaborating partnership, we implement this plan. I mean, this SDG blueprint. The blueprints will resolve to free the human race from the trend of poverty and one to help to secure our planet for better living for the future. And we determined to take the whole of transformative step in order to resolve the urgent need of the imbalance of global development. And the sustainable development have 17 goal, which is have 169 targets, which are announcing in the blueprint, which is the message, the scale and ambitious of this new universal agenda. Then this SDG actually seek to build on the minimum Millennium Development Goal, which is before the SDG, and the complete, and then what they did not achieve, then they bring into the second turn of this development goal in the SDG, in the second turn. Previously is a Millennium Development Goal. And the goal and targets we stimulate action over for the next 15 years, from the 2016 until 2013, and the area of critical importance for humanity and also the planet. And there are 5 components which is put into this significant agenda, which is people, planet, prosperity, and also peace and the partnership. Okay, so what is the agenda of the SDG? This was a universal transformative blueprint, which is ambitious of action for all countries which is participate in this United Nations agenda and all others actors. The agenda is most comprehensive blueprint to date for eliminating the extreme poverty and reducing the inequality, and also protecting the planet from the problem that we are facing before. And the agenda goes beyond the rhetoric and lay down the concrete call for action for the people, which will be translated by the participating country according to their font of direction, which is placed by the country. And they also encourage us to take bold and transformative steps, which urgently needs to shift the world into a sustainable and resilient path. And for the translation of this agenda into the local, although to the country, very particular country, is depend on the geographical scenario of that country, and also the level of the economic growth of that country. So, in another word, this agenda is not the ultimate, or it's not the statutory blueprint for the country to follow, but it's just a guideline. It's a global guideline, because the matters is deal by the SDG is about the global. I mean, all the countries go forward to the future with the same form of direction, which is covering the five elements which is we discussed before. It's about people, it's about planets, about prosperity and peace, and also the partnership. Because by maintaining these five components, then that's hopefully our future, our global becomes more, I mean, a livable place to live in for our next generation. Okay. What are the components of the SDG? Okay. Their targets, and why they are important. Okay, if you look at the component of SDG, about the 7 things, from no poverty, zero hunger, health and also well-being, education, gender equality, water, clean water and sanitation, affordable, and also clean energy. And the last one is about the partnership and the goal. So these are the 7 things targeted by this SDG, which is, these are the continuous from the previous Millennium Development Goal. So which is setting the before for the last 15 years before the SDG. And if you look at the history, the origin of SDG, this is originated from the first agenda of global setting for the Earth to go about, which is very much regarding how globally the countries in the world to participate together with the United Nations to make a planning for their country, especially in the physical development, because physical development is more critical part in implementing this SDG or even the previous MDG. Because the physical setting is very important, because all these 17 targets of this SDG is laid down in the physical development plan, which is very much, I mean, in this case, the target numbers 11, the component number 11 of SDG is sustainable city and community, is become the most critical agenda or most critical component in SDG, because all this the other 16 target is very much depend on effectiveness and efficiency of the number 11, sustainable city and communities. This is my area of expertise. So these are the major framework, because all this must be coordinated, or the components of this another 16 component is number 1, anti-number 17, excluded number 11, must be coordinated, because all the components have implication regarding the spatial requirement in the physical development. So by having this effective or efficient development planning, In other words, it's a physical development planning, which is laid out by the development plan, is become more effective if the country has a very efficient framework for number 11. This is sustainable city and communities. That's why I think last week or last 2 weeks, there is a summit, World Summit regarding the sustainable development. This, if I'm not mistaken, in Poland, they have a global discussion regarding to new interpretation, new setting in the global development. And then more critically is that about the sustainable development. So, okay, so that's the introduction of the SDG. Why the SDG is very, very critical? Because SDG is about the global setting for the future development. Then if this target, which is set by the SDG, it can be implemented, can be incorporated in the individual country, and the future will be interpretable, and we are become more closer from the one country to another country. In other words, the more critical part is about we all speak in the same language of the future development. We have the same direction, which is that direction towards the balance of the 5 pillars. Right? As I mentioned before, it's about the planet, it's about the people, the prosperity, about the peace, and also the partnership. Okay, these are this very so-called is very the most critical interpretation, because the 5 components, as I mentioned before, people's planets, prosperity, peace, and prosperity, it must be tailored with the individual country, suit with this 17th target set by the SDG, by the United Nations. Okay, so okay, as I mentioned before, as I elaborate briefly before, what are the targets? What are the SDGs, their targets, and why they are so important? So SDGs provide worldwide guidance for addressing the global challenges facing the international community. It's about better protecting, as I mentioned earlier, it's about the protecting natural foundation of life and our planet everywhere and for everyone, preserving people opportunity to live in dignity and prosperity across generation. Okay? So the most critical part in SDG is about, the most critical part of SDG is about implementation. Yeah? We have a book, I make an analogy. We have a book, children have a book, school children have a book. Then in order to be translated into the physical action of the knowledge inside the book, it must be read. Then understand, then implement. So in order to implement the knowledge inside the book, it must have certain guideline, a guidance from the surrounding. Yes, you have a book, you have a good education system, but in terms of implementation, so must vary as in order to implement that agenda, so that the books, the content knowledge inside the book, then they think this cannot go far. So in order to realize, to implement SDG, so make it people to understand what's SDG. Again, I make an analogy. In the classroom, have about 30 students. For a teacher, make it easier, face-to-face, feeding. Okay, before that, can I interrupt? Are you listening to me? Or hello?
We are listening.
Okay, good. Because sometimes I was scared if I touch something in my keyboard, then I mute my mic. Okay, if you're not listening, if you look and I'm talking but you're not listening, then just do something just to remind me. Okay, make an analogy because I want to try to give the how I mean the role of media. The role of journalists in SDG, I mean, in the implementation of SDG, as I mentioned before, text is the most critical part. You have a book, now people read. People want to read, you don't have books. Now we have books, we have SDG, we have the document SDG. We have, then in order to, this blueprint must be understood. So our title is what? Get back to our previous list of 5 components. It's about the people, it's about the planet, it's about the peace, about the partnership, prosperity, the 5 one. Because that, the spirit contained inside the SDG. Is it the layman can understand what inside the SDG without people to interpret, the expert to interpret? I don't think professor in university have a chance. Even they are given the chance, I think they are within their capacity to teach all the people in the world what is about the SDG. So we need another mediator. We need another median. People who always make a right thing, say something in the media, press. In other words, it's in the media, people, sector. So that's why the media becomes so critical in addressing the problems of implementation of the SDG. So the media players have to understand what is SDG. Then the way to communicate, the way to teach, to understand the public, the global, regarding the SDG has to be played. It's not that have to be played, but it's another word. That's the most media, the most actor, player to play in order to implement, in terms of, I mean, to give the education, to educate the global, what is actually SDG. Why they have to understand? By understanding the SDG, so make it better, a future become more livable because of the global, the people understand what is about SDG, what are the role they have to play, how to go about the implementation of SDG, social development goals. I think this is, can you imagine people, majority of people go to a bookshop just to buy books regarding SDG. Purposely they go, but most of the time, they don't know what is SDG. So it comes to the role of media players come into this, I mean, this critical agenda, the sacred agenda for the world, to address to the people the importance of SDG. So at the end of the session, in our last session, this is the fourth session, I give some, I mean, the interaction amongst the participant about what are the, I mean, the level of the implementation regard to your country, regarding this, the role of, I mean, the freedom of media in order to address the important or the issue regarding the SDG, and more importantly, to educate the people to go about this SDG. Okay, so another thing I want to because I'm not really convenient if I start talking, then having start pushing the button to move up and down the screen. Most of the time when I give talk lectures, my screen is static, not moving. Okay, now when after this I will push around because I have about, I think about 40 something slides. Okay, so back our. Yeah. Okay, so in this case, it's very important for the media to understand the importance of SDG, and also the more critically is how to go about to educate the people regarding the important and significant SDG. Okay, so okay, this one we already I touched a little bit just now. Why is it different between SDG and then MDG? So the Sustainable Development Goal and I mean Millennium Development Goal. So just I mean give to have a I mean the root understanding regarding these two terms is about I mean altogether it's about 30 years agenda of development framework starting from MDG and SDG. World leader adopting this millennium goal, this MDG, they were first attempt to use a global goal to capture the everyone shared interest we all have. And the second one is the it is end of MDG. Okay, 2015, the summit was met in somewhere in Europe, where world leaders set out to defend the vote and committing to themselves to achieve another 17 ambitious target, which is not I mean set in the previous many development goal period in MDG. Whereas SDG is I mean the time frame to achieve the final outcome of the all the targeted objective of SDG, which is by 30. It's about the 15 years, starting from 2060. Okay. The previous study, which is about this, what is SDG, is MDG, and I mean the impact of the implementation of the first period of this global framework of development setting, where MDG had more impact when they were brought into popular discourse, and when local leaders and change agents consider the less rigid framework and more of an opportunity. Okay, so I interested the word popular discourse. Okay, so this is about the media already played in the first period or in the first term of 30 years agenda of development setting for the future, where the media plays its very crucial role in ensuring the successful of the implementation of the first period of this global future setting of the development. Okay, so what are the, I mean, this finding? They found that motivate popular engagement, build consensus of national priorities, generate international support, improve coordination within and between the government, and make the needs and contribution of particular grounds visible, and boost transparency and hold leaders to account. All this much more relates to role played by the media to realize all the agenda. Okay, so okay, so all the SDG have a target that are directly or indirectly relates to the daily works of local and regional government. That's and also local government should not be seen as a mere implementer of the agenda. So as I elaborate just now, so the role of I mean in the country, so the role of SDG, the role of the actors in the developments acted in the country is not directly or is not just the responsibility on the shoulder of the local government itself. But local government has to play the critical role because of the nature of the responsibility. The words local government, the organization who run the administration of development administration locally. We have the setting of the structure setting of the administrative development in all countries in the world. They have a central government, they got a state, or then they got the local government or provinces, etc. It's depending on the country. So the local government, most of the country, has a very significant role because of the responsibility in the structure of the country's administrative structure of the development. So in this case, the implementation of even the MDG or the SDG comes to the shoulder of the local government. They have to play as the coordinator to implement the agenda in the SDG. That's why local agenda 21 mostly goes to the local government, because local government in many countries has the main agenda. I mean, the main responsibility, the function of the local government. Most of the country, I mean, that organization have statutory power in administrative. It's about making development plans, and others land activities, especially the land plannings and etc. So look at the function of local government. So another critical setting of the state implementation of SDG goes to the local government. So that's why local government have so many rules has to be played. So in the implementation of SDG. Take for example, in Malaysia, the local governments almost, I mean, the responsibility of the implementation of the sustainable developments was formulated as after interpreted by the federal government for the local government to implement the agenda, the translated agenda of this SDG to the local. Okay. Okay, we go to the second session. So in this session, I try to use the Malaysian framework for SDG for the implementation. Let me share my slide first. Okay, so before we go to the second session, is there any question raised by the participant? If you have any question, just share in our session. Hello, are you listening to me? Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
now
we
we
are.
go for this. Now we go to this second part of. For the second session, we continue after this because I want to finish this slide first. Okay, so uh, what are the 7 things goal and also their targets? Okay, okay. This one, I think the participant can get from this United Nations website, because we have, I think it's about 145 pages blueprint of SDG. I think you all can get into more clear picture regarding the components of the SDG. Well, I mean, the more further elaboration regarding all the component of for 7 things target set by the United Nations for this SDG. Okay, for the first one, I mean, just give a very, a short explanation, elaboration regarding this 17th component. For the first one is regarding the poverty in all its form everywhere. This course is about raising the income of the poorest. This is about how the government has to do in order to increase the income, the economy, the social economy of the people of that country. Okay. Their responsibility for basic services such as water and sanitation, which that's the thing that's supposed to be come into the priority in implementing of the target number 1. Okay, so these are the details set by this SDG for the component number 1 or target number 1 regarding the guideline. This is the guideline addressed by this SDG for target number 1 to the country in order to country to interpret, to translate into their interest of their country regarding for the first target. Okay, the second one is regarding the end hunger, achieve food security, improve the nutrition, and also promote sustainable agriculture. So if you look at 17 target, and then we relate to the 5 pillars of this SDG regarding the people, peace, prosperity, partnership. So, in order to achieve these five pillars, so these are the detail or the list of actions supposed to be taken in order to have the balance of people in that the country by considering the 5 pillars. Okay, so this goal is about making sure that everyone can enjoy the safe nutrition, diet, local and regional government management of natural resources in rural area, particularly land, water, and etc. Local government can use healthcare services and school to identify take a child malnutrition. Okay, if you look at detail of each component, so actually the set target for each component is just like this recommendation or suggestion, just like a statement of guidance to this country, particular country, where they have to translate the target, this target into their relevant blueprint in the development plans, or might be development plans, might be guidelines, so whatever, in order to regards to the development implementation. Okay. ensure the healthy live and also promote well-being for all the ages. This goal is about helping people to live healthy live. And provision for clean water sanitation is essential for lowering the infants and also child and maternal mortality. And also this is more about the healthy health aspect of the development. Okay, so we go for target number 4. It's about ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunity for all potential. So take, for example, the target number 4. This can be translated into, take, for example, in the line in development planning, is physical development plannings, whereas local authority have to make sure that the certain portion of land use allocated shall be allocated for the development of education land use, like a school, a primary school, or universities. So before we go further, all these components of the SDG, about 17 components, these must be interpreted by the authority, certain authority. And that's why I mentioned earlier, the local authority is one of the most critical organization, right, in any country to interpret all these component. Because the implementation of the component of this SDG, about 17 components, they have this spatial implication. Spatial implication means that they require land, in order to realize the implementation of this component. Here, for example, we have now is regarding this education. So how education, how to realize equitable quality for education? We have to provide school. So school requires land. Land must be allocated by the authority. In this case, local authority. Like in Malaysia, local authority have to reserve or to allocate a certain portion of land in their jurisdiction development area for this for the development of education land use. Okay, that's why in implementing SDG is very much depend on the present setting of development for this for the country to implement this SDG. Okay, we go further. This about this the importance of the country to make sure that the availability of this utility and also the utility facilities, social utilities to be provided equally by all the areas in their development. Okay, for example, this goal is about making sure everyone has access to clean water, clean drinking water, and also the sewerage facilities. And ensuring access to clean water as sanitation is really the responsibility of local government, and relies on effective local government and natural resource management and urban planning. That's what I stressed before, how important the local authority in order to implement the SDG, because all goes to the shoulder of local authority, because they are the authority in making development plan, whereby all these component of the SDG will be take place. Okay. So I go I skip some of the targets. Okay, I go for
Prof.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. Are you sharing your slide because I can't see any?
There's a slide here. I can see the slide.
Is it?
Yeah, yeah.
I don't
It's
know what's
on
wrong with. I think there's a problem with my Lepi.
The
I
rest
think
is
I think
correct.
so.
Yeah. Now I considering the SDGs target number 11, making cities and humans.
So I'm so sorry because
The slide here.
I just see your face here in the monitor. I'm so sorry. Okay, I check my Lepi. So sorry for interrupting. So sorry.
Okay. So I go to SDG number 11. This regards to the city development and human settlement. Okay. As I elaborated before, the setting of land use is most a critical part in implementation of SDG, because the implication of the spatial implication, the implementation of the agenda in the SDG goes to the land, the requirement of land. They need land to realize all this agenda, because like just now we discussed regarding the education sector, and there's target numbers number 8, maybe number 8, I think. So in order to realize the development in the education sector, you need land. So this land is under the SDG number 11. And this goes about the putting cities at the heart of sustainable development in an urbanizing world. Rapid urbanization of many cities in the global has led to the growth of slum. If the local authorities not play their responsibility to make sure the development control, the planning setting of the development in their local area, under the jurisdiction area of the development, were not effective, so the community might go to the slum area. And the growth of slum become the more challenging for the local authority in implementing the others agenda of the SDG. So city government must develop strategic urban plan to prevent their growth and work with slum developers to improve condition, and also provide basic facilities, amenity, and also the utilities facilities. So, so in this case again, the role of local authorities become very critical. So the efficiency of the development planning or the development implementation is very much depend on the efficiency of the local authority. Whereas a local authority, like in Malaysia, we direct from the federal governments, we have a National Council of Local Government in order to monitor all this, the local authority in the country. So just to make sure the responsibility of the local authority goes as what has been assigned by the law for the locality to move. Okay. Okay, so we skip to the last because I think this thing you can go to the United Nations website. You can get a very clear explanation for each target set by the SDG. Okay. Okay, so just to make it very short summary or conclusion, based on what we have just now regarding the 17 components of targets of the SDG, I think there's a lot of things the media can play. So as I elaborated before, if everybody understand what is the content of SDG, more particularly organizational understanding. I'm not talking about the individual people, to understand. But if we have capability to go to that level, I think very much more successful degree of level of successful we can achieve. But in some less developed country, the organizational understanding regarding the content of SDG is still less. It's still less, particularly in less developed country. So we can imagine why they cannot access to the whole picture or to the whole understanding of this SDG, because they don't have opportunity to know. Might be there's no media, there's no medium of to educate, in other words, to educate the public regarding this, the content of SDG. So if, more particularly, as I mentioned just now, more particularly for the organizational understanding regards to the content of the SDG, how to go about the SDG, what our government have to do regarding SDG, that should become the most critical part in realization of this SDG. Okay, based on the according to the finding of the International Conference on Education for Sustainable Future, Center for Environmental Education 2005, the media has an important role in fostering debates, influencing public opinion, encouraging people to make behavior change towards sustainability. That's become the role of media. So before the media can go, can put this responsibility on their shoulder, they must understand what is the SDG. This about 2.5 hours session to this, to understand SDG, I think is almost impossible. So we have some responsibility to understand what is the SDG. Okay, so but the little responsibility of the media to educate the people regarding this SDG must be encouraged also by the government. How? By facilitating the media people to have more freedoms regard to this reporting or promoting this agenda, the agenda of SDG. More room must be given to the media. Even the media have to, to make something about, something which is not really happy by the government when the media, discuss in the media regarding it might be the efficiency with the lack of the play by the government in certain country to go about this SDG, especially when the media condemn the government regarding the inefficient way of making this SDG become successful for that country. The major point for understanding the role of media in achieving sustainable society is that does not only target those in the regular education system, for example, the school going children and in non-formal education, but it is more, but the majority of the public. And these people can most efficiently be reached through all the available mass media. So in this case, another part of the role can be played by this media to educate those who's not, which is in some aspect of it is not covered in the mainstream of the formal education, but the media can play this role to educate through the media. Take, for example, a newspaper, and any others medium, maybe television and etc. To give more education. I mean, to educate, and just to understand the public regarding this. That's the significance of this SDG. Okay. So, okay, this one I will not touch because I not really. I mean, since I was a staff planner, I will not touch this thing very much on the journalism. I'm very scared if I give something which is not which is a contradict with your practice. So, okay. Okay, now we go to the second slide. Sorry, the third slide. Okay, so now we go to this second session as regarding Malaysian framework for SDG implementation. Okay, so before I proceed with my short brief elaboration of this Malaysian experience, case study from Malaysia regarding the implementation of SDG. So, are you having this slide? Session number 2?
Yes, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, so go for the second one. Because after this, I'm going to share with the audience regarding this SDG roadmap for Malaysia. Okay, so to share with the participants. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe before Prof start this session, I just have one question.
Yeah.
From your experience, Prof, with some projects in Malaysia, do you think the awareness of this SDG at our country is at high level at the moment?
Okay, so okay, thank you for this question. I think it's a very good question because you're asking very simple question, but okay. Let me share based on my observation. It depends on the first thing is depend on who are the the proposer of the project. Who are the project? Is it a big company or small company? And the other thing is about how big the project. If that project, the size of the project under category of certain category which is set by the relevant authority, especially local authority, and also in this case a local authority. So there is a lot of the consideration. Also approval must get before this project approved by the local authority, more particularly regarding the environmental. So for the opinion, for the knowledge of I think for the audience in Malaysia, the development project must approved by the local authority. Then local authority, in considering the development plan, they have to follow set of the guideline, and more is on the master plan. There might be structure plan or local plan, depending on the size of the project and also location of the project. If the project is located within the area which is there is a local plan, because local plan is under this structure plan, then you have to follow the local plan. The point I want to stress here is that the local plan, the component of the local plan, some of the criteria of the local plan is adopted or instructed to be adopt the component of the SDG. Because SDG is not that, the document SDG, the detailed one that has been already imposed by our government through the Plan Malaysia, which is Plan Malaysia is the coordinator of the departments and the Ministry of Housing and Local Government to coordinate on the implementation of the SDG, the component of the SDG, although yes, the component of the SDG, because SDG is not requirement. Bear in mind, SDG is not requirement. SDG is not the statutory requirement. It's just like a guideline. It's a guidance. It's a blueprint, guided blueprint for the country to participate in the United Nations. About 160 something countries participate in this SDG. So all these relevant components, more particularly in the target number, component number 11. But actually it's not number 11 only, but the rest also. But indirectly, they incorporate into the guidelines, relevant guidelines. And more importantly, this local plan, because local plan is very integrated. Bear in mind, local plan, there is 17 sectors. They got from the housing, education, amenities, utilities, transportation, land use, agriculture, social communities. It's about the component. The component in the local plan, if we analyze the rationale why the government in Malaysia, they put such 17 sectors in the local plan, from housing just now I mentioned, is very much related to the 5 pillars of the SDG, which is people, planet, peace, and the others too. Okay, so indirectly, in Malaysia, that's what I'm going to discuss for this the session 2 regarding the Malaysian framework regarding the SDG implementation. Okay, since Prof. Huda asking now, so I give some some brief answer for your question. So for the for the project, the component for the project have to suit with the requirement which is imposed by the locality, whereby the guideline used by the local authority to approve that project or to consider whether to approve or to reject the project is based on the list of the criteria which is interpreted from this SDG. Okay, so when this SDG, that's why I say SDG is not the statutory requirement, meaning that all the countries have to follow. No, it's just guidance. But in the development plan, in development plan in Malaysia, this component interpreted into the local plan. Then once local plan is approved, local plan is statutory. You get what I mean? Okay, the component which is not statutory requirement, when they in this case I elaborate based on the Malaysian experience. So it goes to the local plan. Once the local plan approved or gazetted, and gazetted, then that plan becomes statutory plan. So this statutory plan, which is used to make it consideration for any project, whether small or big project, to be to be considered for the approval. So meaning that indirectly, Malaysia adopt the requirement set by the SDG directly into this our master plan. Meaning that we legalize the state. Okay. Meaning that Malaysia government legalize the component. Not 100%, but there's a interpretation according to the geographic, the situation, the geographical background of any country. Like Malaysia, so we are not, implement 100%, but almost 100%, but not 100%, almost 100% the component. Because rationally, the component which is set by the SDG, which is covered in 17 sector, that's what we have in the master plan, which is used by the local government to consider development plan. So is it answer your question, Prof. Huda? Hello.
Dengar, lupa nak mute. Dengar, bro.
Okay.
Yes, we are here.
That's how.
Give some ideas already about Malaysian.
That's why Malaysia, one of the country in the United Nations, used by examples by other country, how we, seriously taking into consideration the agenda of SDG. Okay, now we proceed to the. Okay, any other question regarding this? Because for this part, I think I can give you quite a detail because it's my area of expert. So maybe I can share with this audience regarding how the Malaysian government in making development plan, whereas that development plan is adopted statutorily the component of SDG. We are accepting almost all the component, not just accept, but the way we accept, we legalize the component, the requirement accepted by the nation in our development plan. Why I say the development plan? Because development plan is the document used by the local authority. Now I use the word local authority again, local authority to approve project. So meaning that all the development project, I can say all development project because statutorily requirement for any project which take place within the jurisdiction area of local authority, you have to apply the approval from the local authority. I think any other country, especially Commonwealth country, also have the same process what Malaysia practice. Okay, so okay, any question from the audience regarding the subject? Hello, I think after we finish this session, we break about maybe about 10 minutes. After that, we proceed for the third session. Okay. Okay, so if there's no questions, so I proceed with this session. Okay, now we go to the Malaysian framework for SDG implementation. Okay. I use Malaysian agenda. The case study is a Malaysian agenda of framework in implementing sustainable development goal. Okay. In this session, my intention is that to bring the experience of how Malaysia government interpret the component of SDG into their development plan preparation. So in another way, how the government of Malaysia interpreting this component of SDG into the to the local level, where is at the local most of development take place because local authority have the authority on the land. In my previous discussion, my previous part of my my thought just now, I discussed how important the local government. Okay, how important, not just in Malaysia, other countries have the same system. Local authority is the authority, this one-stop authority, which is considering all the aspects of the agenda in SDG before they making any decision to pursue the project. A pursue project meaning that you put the project. So in this case, to understand how critical local authority in ensuring the implementation of SDG is the local authority become the so-called just like the filter for any implementation of development. Yeah, they filtered of the development. Development proposal to take place. They wanted to approve, then the project is get for the implementation. Then can start for for the construction. So now we must understand what is a project. project, take for example, industrial, shopping complex, highways, ports, airport, seaport, land port, you just name it, the project. The project crossed the cross of 6 type of project: commercial project, industrial project, institutional project, housing, infrastructure, leisure. These are the main type of project. So every project has not just the function of the project, like the leisure project, like the hotel, resort, residential, maybe condominiums, like the flat, bungalows, semi-D and etc., apartment, okay. Industrial project, maybe flat project, flat factory, and etc., etc. This project have a different type of implication to the development, not just function to fulfill the requirement of activity take place in the land, like a commercial project, like a commercial, like for example, the warehouse, shopping complex, just to fulfill the goods contribution, the contribution of the daily goods, etc. Education, school, to institutionalize the educational sector. So, if the development plan, the component of development plan is taken into the consideration of the component as what outlined in SDG. So, meaning that development plan, which is prepared by the local authority, can role as the filter to make sure or ensuring the development project or the development activities taken into the consideration of what SDG put in the document. Okay, that's how important we can understand. So in this case, the role of local authorities is very, very critical. The failure of this local authority, I can assure you that this SDG cannot be implemented. It's not successfully implemented. So the strong support for federal government to give power, authority to the local government or local authority is very, very critical parts in SDG implementation. Okay. 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 Malaysia, together with others, 192 world leaders adopted the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, called the 2030 Agenda, at the United Nations General Assembly in New York on the 25th September of 2015. This is a global commitment. This is a global commitment towards a more sustainable, resilient, and inclusive development within 17 Sustainable Development Goals and 169 targets. Okay, so I'm using Malaysian case study because I think other countries also have the same process in implementing this SDG. So in this part, my intention is that to give this some brief overview how the country translate the 17 Sustainable Development Goal into their action plan. Okay, just now I mentioned in contact with Malaysia, I think other countries also, doing the same thing. How we legalize the component of 17 sustainable 17 goals, whether you direct, interpret, or make some adjustment regards to the adaptability level. The capacity of adaptability of that country towards implementing that sustainable, the sustainable goal. Bear in mind, one of the reasons some country cannot adopt because something have a cost implication to the national development for the national national budget of the country, because this involving this development implementation. For advanced country, yes, you can adopt 100%, I'm sure, because they have maybe they don't have any financial implication regarding the implementation, especially in terms of the quality. So that's another story of implementing the Sustainable Development Goal. It's about the quality and also the quantity of the implementation. That one I will not touch, because now I give you some overview regarding how this SDG translated into the plan of action by the country. I use the Malaysian one. Then I think not much different. Other countries also have the same process of translating or interpreting this sustainable development goal into their plan of action. Okay, so I will not touch on the quality and the quantity of the implementation. So that was another story. Okay, so the SDG is a new universal set of goals, target indicated that United Nations member state will be expected to use their agenda, and political policy. Why I say political policy? Because all the policy is formulated by the member of a parliament. So that's why I told you just now, the role of media to educate at the organizational level is very, very important. The way we especially we write something or the media is about something which is, because if you have this component of thing, if you have this component, understanding regarding sustainable development goal, because sustainable development goal is not the one side driven of a global development. That's why most of the countries in the world accept the sustainable development goal. Because we, just to put aside, the negative part of that, but apparently, obviously, the objective is very positive. It can bring the world, can bring the global, the sustainable way, sustainable way in making our future is livable. That's it. The agenda, we don't have any interest on that, this kind of thing. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so with these 17 goals, with 169 per target and more than 200 indicators that cover 5 dimensions, namely people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. The SDG will stimulate action over the next 15 years in area of critical importance for humanity and the planet. Okay. I hope what I'm going to say is about the Malaysian practice, what we are doing now. All the statement I put here is about the Malaysian. The statement about Malaysia regarding the way this country implement or observe or make a perception regarding this SDG. Okay. The 2030 agenda has been shaped by the relevant United Nations agreement and convention, as well as the experiences and achievement gained through the Millennium Development. As I discussed before, the Millennium Development Goal, this is, the goal set of goal, which is before the SDG took place. The Global Development Agenda, spanning the period of 2000 until 2015. And the 2030 agenda was the result of 2 years intensive public consultation and engagement with public society and other stakeholders around the world, in transition the Millennium Development Goal to include wider economic, social, and environmental objectives. And we a greater focus on peace, participation, and inclusiveness. That's the scenario of transforming from the MDG to the SDG. What we are discussing now is as regards to the Malaysian perception regarding this SDG. So the agenda, the 2030 agenda for sustainable development says our collective blueprint to achieve a better and more sustainable future for all. The new goals are unique in that they call for action by all countries. That's the reason. Poor country, rich country, and middle income countries to promote prosperity while protecting the planet. SDG recognize that ending poverty must go hand in hand, okay, with strategies that build economic growth and addresses a range of social needs, including education, health, social protection, job opportunities, while tackling climate change, environmental protection. It challenges to get serious about developing an integrated and balanced social, economic, and also environmental agenda. Why the SDG are not legally binding? Why the SDG are not legally binding? Government are expected to take ownership and establish national framework for the achievement of the 17 goals. Countries have the primary responsibility to follow up and review the progress made in implementing the goal, which will require quality, accessible, and timely data collection. The periodical data collection made by the authority in order to monitor the progress of this SDG implementation in context of this country in Malaysia. Regional follow-up and review will be based on the national level analysis and contribution, and contributed to the follow-up and also review at the global level. So in this case, the moment government implement this policy, so this SDG agenda, the adaptability of this, or the adaptability, and also the appropriateness of the component implementation or interpretation regards to our country, regards to our country interest from the data they collect, then to make a comparison to whether we are in parallel with the global scenario. Okay, so in order to make sure that the implementation rate and also the momentum is what expected by the United Nations. Okay, economic planning unit is the focal point for sustainable development take place in Malaysia. So Economic Planning Unit is a unit under Prime Minister Department, whereas this EPU or Economic Planning Unit is the central organization which is established or set up by the government of Malaysia. Then they put under the Prime Minister Department to take responsibility to implement or to make sure the implementation of the agenda of the SDG take place by the relevant authority. Okay. This EPU or Economic Planning Unit act as coordinating agency on the initiative related to sustainable development, including the Sustainable Development Goals. And the SDG also was one of the outcome of the Rio de Janeiro, the local agenda to 20. Okay, this is another agenda for local development. This one the sub of the agenda of global agenda for 17 and SDG. Okay. In the process to embrace and implement the 17 targets of a component of SDG in a systematic and measurable manner, Malaysian government has put in place an enabling environment through the following initiative. Okay. Establish a multi-sector stakeholder, have several national SDG symposium and focus group discussion regarding implementation and also the monitoring and also evaluation of these effectiveness and also successfulness of this SDG when incorporated into the relevant authority for the implementation. They conducted studies on the data readiness and the gap analysis. Undertaken the mapping exercise involving non-government and also civil society organization and so private sector. So the role of private sector also in the become the major the partner. The major partners of the Malaysian government to go about the implementation of SDG, and formulated a national SDG roadmap implementing the social development, sensible development goal initiative under the framework of Malaysian Development Plan. Malaysian Development Plan. Okay, so what is Malaysian Plan? Malaysian Plan is actually the 5 years period of development plan for the Malaysia, whereas this SDG, in order to implement the SDG, the initiative under the SDG also put into the consideration or in the list of priority in the Malaysian Development Plan, 5 years development plan. So localizing SDG at sub-national level, that's why why we discuss regarding the role of local authority. Mobilizing the sources and finding, strengthening data readiness and filling the data gaps. Okay, so that's the some of the initiative done by the government of Malaysia in order to implement or interpret the implementation of all components of SDG. So if you look at the list of the initiative or action taken by the government in order to implement this SDG, so we can make what we can say that at every corners of component of developments, the Malaysian government takes very serious and also very comprehensive and also the very proactive regarding accepting this global agenda of development. Okay, so another significant part of the successful implementation of SDG is about the success, the effectiveness of the government to institutionalize mechanism for SDG implementation. This is the most critical part, because there is a need. So-called intermediate parties or intermediate organization of agencies responsible to take responsibility to interpret, to implement, to coordinate. So whatever it is, in order to realize the implementation of SDG is very structured. Okay. Okay, I did impact of the sustainable development goal. Government structure is the National SDG Council. We have at the national level, our government, Malaysian government, set up government structure in National Sustainable Development Council, National Sustainable Development Goal Council. It's a council. This council chaired by the Prime Minister of Malaysia to make sure that the smooth implementation of SDG initiative take place at comprehensively. The comprehensively implementation of this agenda. Then this council plan and monitor the SDG implementation. So periodically, assessment will be made by the certain authority and reports back to the council. Then any course of action, whether it's a new suggestion and also the remedial, the problem or barriers faced by the council or the authority concerned, implementing the SDG will be remedial in this council. So which is very serious action or initiative taken by the government of Malaysia in order to implement this SDG. The council is supported by the National Steering Committee, which chaired also by the Director General of EPU. This is the unit and the Prime Minister Department is responsible to coordinate all this SDG implementation. Okay. This is the SDG structure. SDG Sustainable Development Governance. How the government of Malaysia govern the implementation of SDG, Sustainable Development Goal in Malaysia. So we have just now I elaborate on top of that National SDG Council, which is chaired by the Prime Minister, and the Steering Committee, which is chaired by the Director of EPU. This is under Prime Minister Department. So at this National SDG Council, which is chaired by Prime Minister, the responsibility is to establish direction for SDG implementation, set national agenda and milestone. Okay, milestone in order to monitor the progress of the implementation and to prepare reporting to United Nations for high-level political forum. So just after this, we are having to discuss one of the milestones made by the government of Malaysia in implementing this SDG. Okay, and the steering committee, this is responsible to formulate SDG roadmap. Okay, this is I think it's too thick, about almost 200 pages. I think the participant, you can take this. You can download if you want to have more. Clear picture and also to learn what the government of Malaysia in terms of a structure of implementation, but this organizational structure and also others. Aspect of the implementation of this SDG. You can download this type of if I can read here, this Sustainable Development Goal Roadmap for Malaysia. I think I can share the link with each organizer after this. This is very useful. It's very thick. It's about 200 pages something. It's about the blueprint of roadmap of Malaysian government in implementing this SDG in context from Malaysia. It's very quite comprehensive. I think it's very detailed. And then it can be reference for other countries in the world. You can look at how the Malaysian government go about in realization of this SDG for the Malaysia. So we go further. Then in this committee, steering committee, divided into 5 pillars or 5 committee, which is working committee, inclusivity, well-being, human capital, environment and natural resources, economic growth. Okay, so that's what I want to some many attention for the audience. This you can see from here how Malaysian way of interpreting this SDG component. So we have inclusivity, well-being, human capital, environmental and natural resources, economic growth. So if you look at from the United Nations SDG document, they have how many? Also the 5: people, planet, peace, prosperity, and also what? Partnership. So this actually in counter Malaysian way of interpreting into the local context of Malaysia. So we put into this type of focus of the inclusivity, well-being, human capital, the stress, then the environment and so natural resources and also economic growth. So we put into this the different committee to take responsibility. So maybe the audience asking, who are the participants, or the members of this working committee? Okay, for your information, each working committee will be represented by members from, first, for sure, United Nations. United Nations members is a must. Because one of the might be permanent members in this committee. These are 5 subcommittees. Okay, inclusivity, well-being, human capital, environment, natural resources, and also economic growth. Okay, so one of the permanent members is from United Nations agencies. It is depend on the focus of the committee. This is more health. It might be WHO representative comes into this committee. Represented by this WHO for this into this committee, and also from the private sector. We are one of the players. The players of driven. Driven from the economic sector, NGOs, and also the SCO, civil society organization, and also people from academician. From those from the expertise from the university, higher education in Malaysia. Okay? We have an expert from in the relevant this area, so they invite be members in this working committee. Okay, these are the organizational structure of the or the SDG governance structure in Malaysia. Okay. Then another second part is that the alignment of SDG in Malaysia development, in Malaysia National Development Plan. Okay, this is another part which is I stressed earlier before regarding the development plans. Okay, development plans, as I mentioned before, it might be. I need just to share. The physical development plan in Malaysia, they have 5 levels. On top of that, national spatial plan. This is just like we have a master plan for the country, for Malaysia, and the lower. The next level is the regional master plan. But regional master plan in context of Malaysia not really significant because more and more from years to years, the numbers of regional authority getting reduced in numbers because in the urbanization. Because regional authority actually, regional development plan actually, the authority take responsibility to coordinate or to monitor development or to take responsibility in monitoring development or to monitor development plan, to promote development for those areas which is not under jurisdiction of any local authority. Most of them previously, those areas which is less developed, which is the previous practice, if the government establish or set up local authority is very costly because there's no development. It's just just a jungle. There's no economic activity. Just left the green area. No development take place. So this area is put under administrative of the regional authority. But now, seeing the urbanization take place very rapid in Malaysia, so this area is before is under regional authority. They convert into, or they reduce the size. Then they put into this. Then they establish the local authority in order to monitor the development in that particular area. So most of the country in Malaysia, most of the state in Malaysia have their own local authority. We have 13 state in Malaysia, Sabah dan Sarawak. Okay? So every state in Malaysia, they have several local authority. Okay, state authority, local authority. Okay, back to the level of development. We start with the spatial development plan. We have the regional development plan. We have state development plan or structure plan. The last, I think the fourth level is the the local plan, which is local plan responsible to produce the master plan for the local area. For local authority. So in law of Malaysia, in law of planning development in Malaysia, most of exception of if the state there is no, if the area is local, the local area, there is no local plan, then the development will be considered by the at the state level. They have to use a structure plan. But if the local plan is available, it's prepared for the local authority, then you have to use the local plan. That's what I discussed before, where it's a local plan. In preparation of local plan, the council of which is responsible to monitor regarding the implementation of SDG, we make sure that the locality take into consideration all the component which is required by the SDG. Okay. So in this case, we can see that the alignment of the SD implementation in Malaysia is implemented done in legal manner. In other words, it's statutorily organized. In other words, statutorily organized by the legal procedure. So that's what I mentioned before, how the government of Malaysia legalized the component of SDG at the local level or at the implementation level. So meaning that our system take very serious course of action, effort, initiative to make sure that the component of SDG is implemented in context of our state, national, or local, even in the local level. So meaning that the whole Malaysia is under mode of the agenda of SDG. Okay, so another thing, one I just want to share with the audience is that not just SDG alone, but others global frameworks. Sometimes, if you look at the, you can go to the World Bank or Asian Development Bank or any others international for funding with the authority. The moment they want to, consider the application for, for a country application for loan, especially for infrastructure, one of the criteria they put is about the adoption of that country regards to the certain initiatives by the world, by the United Nations. In this case, about the SDG. Is it that country is implement your SDG? Because the rationale is that if you can follow what I elaborate just now, regards to the Malaysian way of, the approach taken by the government of Malaysia in implement SDG in context of physical development in Malaysia, we not just adopt, we adopt legally, we socialize the process to make sure that the component of SDG take place in the local level. So that's what this some of the funding, international funding organization consider, because I think rationally there is a rationale, because if we follow this kind of approach, the focus of the SDG into the national development program implementation. So meaning that we are geared towards to making this country livable. So if the livable aspect or level of in the certain country is high, so meaning that we are geared toward our full effort in development to what has been set up by the United. This SDG. It's very positive effort by the world, by the United Nations, to make sure that we can go forward to create better place for human to place. Okay. Okay, this is the structure of the mapping of 11 the Malaysian plan and the SDG. We can look at here. So just now I just discussed about enhancing inclusiveness towards equitable society, improving well-being for all, accelerating human capital for development for an advanced nation, to pursuing green growth, strengthening infrastructure to support economic expansion, re-engineering economic growth for greater prosperity, transforming public service for productivity. All this together under these are the 7 pillars which translated into our Malaysian context and regards the and under each of these pillars was 7 pillars, all the component of the SDG. That's how we interpret. This is that's how we mapping the SDG component or target into our 5 years development plan. Okay, 5 years development plan. This guidance is a 5 development plan, which is a guide to the government of Malaysia go about their for 5 years period of time in making the development. That's about this is 7 pillars, just what I mentioned. Okay. The SDG, the 17 SDG, the policy pillars of th Malaysian plan. Okay. This is another, the Malaysia Voluntary National Review. It's in support of global monitoring and reporting of the agenda. Okay, I stress here, in support of global monitoring and reporting of the agenda, Malaysia take pride in presenting a voluntary national review in the 2017 at the global high-level political forum, which we report our progress, how we go about in terms of how we structuralize the implementation of the SDG into our national development framework. Okay, Malaysia presented voluntary national review political forum detailed by educating poverty and promoting Malaysia prospering in a changing world. Okay, the report presenting the achievement of nation on selected SDG. Okay. Okay, this is briefly, I put the some of the achievement. I just go very fast. Okay, some of the achievement of the Malaysian government in achieving a target set by the United Nations for this goal number 1 and number 2. Absolutely, poverty reduced from 49 to 0.6. Based on the statistics released by the relevant department, with no report case of hunger. Okay, then this target number 2 and number 3, child and maternity mortality rate are almost at the level of developed country. Okay, I go very fast. And target number 5 and number 4 and number 5, more than 90% enrollment rate for primary and secondary school. And target number 6, over 95% coverage of water and sanitation and electricity supply at the national level. And target number 7, 11, and 16, law regulation policy plan to place to protect and ensure sustainable use of natural asset. And this target number 8, full employment since 1992 at the workplace, whereas law has been amended to improve work condition, anti-discrimination, and various aspects of industrial relation. That's what has been reported. Then it's the target number 11, sorry, number 10, income equality reduced significantly. Okay. Then for the target number is 13, 14, 15, and 17. As a statistic recorded 2015, Malaysia maintained more than 60 forest cover and 10.76 as terrestrial protect area. Okay. And in Malaysia, okay, in 2019, Malaysia, was organized this summit, September 2019. Malaysia hosted the Malaysian Sustainable Development Goals Summit 2019 to create the public awareness and understanding on the SDGs, as well as creating the platform to discuss the progress, opportunity, and challenges and solutions with various stakeholders. Even was co-organized between the government of Malaysia and then also the United Nations. It's over 2,600 registered attendees across the 2-day summit. Numerous critical things were discussed, from mediating on the strategy to leave no one behind. That's one of the agenda, which is put in our 5 pillars, United Nations 5 pillars of SDG. Okay. Okay, this one, okay. So now we, is it possible we have a short break, or we will have about 30 minutes? I got another 3 sessions because just now I to the audience that for the session number 2, I'm going to elaborate very detailed regarding this the SDG implementation in Malaysia. But for me, it's very, very significant because the most critical part in implementation of SDG, implementation of SDG is about the how we translate the agenda of the SDG into the country framework. So I use the Malaysian case study to explain to the audience how most of the country realize or implement the SDG. It's very much in terms of effective structure, and also the more critical parts about the support from the government itself to realize this thing. Efficiency of the structure governing the process of implementation is most critical part. So I hope that's my sharing session regarding the Malaysian experience benefit a lot of to the audience. Okay, Prof. Huda, can we proceed to the, I think we left about the
I think just proceed, Prof. And then we take a break 30 minutes before we start another session.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, this one I want to put on the okay, hold on. For the next session, the session 3, I want to give some to discuss regarding the role of media in SDG implementation. Please accept my weaknesses if I cannot deliver efficiently for this part, because this is, I mean, this is not my area, but it is about communication development. So I, through my reading about regarding this, then I come up with the slide. So I try to my best to relate the role of these media players in helping the government. In other words, I use the word helping the government to educate, to understand the public, to make it public understand what are the component or what is SDG is about. And more importantly, educate them, aware them regarding the importance of SDG. Okay, so let me I share the slide. Hold on, I still my slide still loading. I still waiting my slides loaded. I know what happened.
Is this number 05, Prof?
Yeah.
Number 5, Erasmus. Oh, that one. This one? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
And whatever, they're still loading.
If Prof click to the next page, will it go to the next page or what? No.
Start. I don't know why my slide's still loading.
Here I think we can see the first page.
But I cannot move on to the next stage, to the next page.
Okay.
Stop. Okay, I will try to, to move off this slide.
And here we can see what's this, the second slide, current problems.
No, that one, the previous one is a second session.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Maybe I can stop this one first. What's running? What happened? Prof. Huda, any help, Prof. Huda?
Okay. So this set is how many slides, Prof? So,
I got another 2 slides. No, this one about many more than, I think more than 20, I think.
oh, okay. So we have only, now it's already.
First page, only the first page.
Yeah, we can see the first page now here. We have only 15 minutes before 5. Or just Prof just want to just share without the slides, or if you still have problems to share the slides, what do you think, Prof? Or just
I can never mind. I can explain.
you just explain. You just
Based on the first page only. Is it possible?
Yeah, just put the first page, and then Prof can just share what's on your mind, something like that. Yeah, we just leave it like this if you cannot.
Okay. For the topics of the role of media in the sustainable development implementation. So in the recent decades, the global call towards the sustainable development. I think this effort is increasing, especially with the development goals which is set by United Nations from the last 2 decades. For a nation to achieve, namely the Millennium Development Goal, the first one, and then currently the Sustainable Development Goal. However, yeah.
Our assistant standby said that if we maybe we can open it or share it from our side. Is it possible, bro, or you would just want to proceed like this?
How do they?
I mean, our research assistant will share the content from here.
Okay, how
From here to stop the sharing.
Okay, stop sharing.
And then let my assistant share it. Dr. Bakhtiar.
Okay, but okay, never mind, because that slide I improve a lot. So never mind. Never mind. You can use your I mean the previous slide should be okay. No problem. But mine's I put a lot of based on my.
So this one is not in our Google Drive before, is it, bro?
I use the same template. But
you have updated a little bit.
More and more pages. Okay, never mind. You can. I mean, you can display that one.
Dr. Mazida, Dr. Bakhtiar, get the
yes.
Miss Izzah to share the content.
Okay, should be okay. Okay, so okay, may I proceed? Huh? Okay,
yeah, proceed first. Yeah.
So,
okay.
Okay, so
we will control from here, bro.
Okay. Never mind. You just panic.
You just guide us to the next slide like that. Yeah, bro.
Okay, never mind. Okay, man. You can use the second one. Okay, that's all. Okay, that's never mind. Okay,
put the slideshow. Is that
okay? Never mind. Okay, just maintain this slide. Huh? Okay, so actually for this part, I make it a few additional slide. I focus on the. I mean, more and more I try to simplify what I discussed earlier regarding the roles supposed to be played in educating the public to aware the public regarding this SDG implementation. So for this part, I'm going to touch two things. One thing is about the model of communication for development. The other one is regards to the influence of the media and press on the sustainable development, what they can play. Okay, so however, nearly all the poor country and the most developing country, nation, particularly in Africa and in Asia, last time they did not made the substantial progress toward achieving the most of the Millennium Development Goal previously. Okay, so consequently, in the world full of uncertainties and unforeseen natural disaster such as COVID-19 pandemics, natural disaster, the global economic depression, government are apprehensive of another failure regarding this SDG. So in addition, government perception towards prioritizing the sustainable development project driven by a lot of research in communication for development has been highlighted as a critical setback for this for the SDG. To address this problem, this this session I will try to review development literature. Actually, that's why I did in order to come up with this slide. Communication for development and sustainable development with a view to providing the further understanding of the concept of development in terms of both communication and sustainability through a critical analysis of the existing discourse and literature. That's what they're supposed to be do. Therefore, this session will review the role of media on sustainable development in developing countries. This part also we discuss a useful reference for government agency responsible for sustainable development, as well as media and press training institution to guide the responsible future media or journalists to exploit and to use the press and media in the supporting and promoting sustainable development in developing nation, country. As an introduction, communication is a discipline that has been defined severally by different scholars in the field regarding the communication and development. Communication is defined as any dynamic information sharing process. Some define communication as the transmitting of information and messages, while some argue that communication often concerns the flow of information within the system. Anyway, whatever definition they put on the term of communication actually have 4 types of communication, which is include corporate, internal, advocacy, and also development communication. For the first one, corporate communication is a type of communication which inform audience about the mission and the activity of the organization using the media. And the second one, internal communication, is the sharing of information among staff in an organization or institution to ensure that all staff are aware of issues pertaining to the institution. Advocacy communication is a type that helps to bring change to the life of people using the available and the right media. So this is really achieved through the involvement of chief religious leaders, political leaders, community-based organizations, etc. And the last, development communication. It is focused on bringing change to the people by involving the relevant stakeholder. Okay, communication for development is the application where the principle of effective communication to achieve development objective. They have to play this role. This is a process of informing, empowering, and promoting dialogue through communication tool to allow people to take action that improve their life and also communities. Further, communication for development or development communication can be defined as the plan and systematic use of communication through interpersonal channels such as ICT, audiovisuals, and mass media for social change. And development is about change. And the media has to play their role to make sure the change is going to happen. And if development initiatives of any kind are to be sustainable, they should start with mechanisms that to ensure broad participation by all those who have some interest in the intended change. Then we go to the model of communication for development. Basically, media development is a combination of communication to spread knowledge and spread new things. Therefore, communication is used as a tool to persuade group, target public through mass or non-mass media such as opinion leaders, etc., etc. However, the media developed critically on the theory of knowledge, discrimination in one side, imposing, not considering local cultural factor. A positive theory that okay, this one I have not touched very much, but okay. So, therefore, the basic content of development communication, the following the 3 important points should be to understand. Okay, the first thing, media for development, which is the communication associated within social change towards progress. Communication was born and developed with the development of human society, affecting, involving also social individuals. This plays a role in replicating development changes. Social change communication is a knowledge sharing process that aims to reach consensus in addition that addresses concern, needs, and also capacity of all stakeholders. And the second is about the media for social development. This is recognized as one of the most powerful development organization in the world according to the World Bank. Development communication is a combination of communication in a way, strategic development projects. Strategic communication is strategic communication is a powerful tool that can improve the development project, chances of success. Sorry. Okay. And the third is that the communication development is done by the special approaches, repository method, especially involving them. I mean, we encourage the public participation. Public participation in order to come together with the authority to go about how to implement this agenda. According to the United Nations, the evolving media concept emphasizes the need to support multi-dimensional communication system to foster dialogue and allow communities to express their view, express their aspiration, concern, and participate in the decision regarding development of those communities. And here is come the responsibility of the authority in order to give more room for the media to go together with the authority in order to implement also to implement this SDG agenda. And the last one is I want to stress regarding the influence of the media and press can play on the sustainable development implementation. The current communication change poses the developing the media and press. That's every issue. The issues are three most important, which is such as the first thing that there is strong influence of traditional press to stay and that's in the social media. Use social media. The first decade of 21st century saw the decline in the market of print and media in general, in the United States, Europe, and the whole world. Sorry. In Asia, particularly, however, the process is slow in Japan and India. Of course, the decline of the press public in some countries is not only due to social media, but also the traditional opinion and method of journalism. Okay, the second is about the principle of any public journalism pose a great challenge for the developing country because the chance of the press is not enough to adapt to the changes from the public leading to the press. And the growing lies are losing the public and the market. And the thirdly is a development of communication technology is disturbing the life of residents and posing challenges to the press of economics and aspect. And affordability, culture, and so consumption habits. The communication management and the ability to select information is useful for the development. Okay, in fact, that one of the factors contributing to the success for sustainable development is communication. Okay, this is not undeniable. Regardless of any development project, whether it is in agriculture, economies, clean water, infrastructure, or health, it requires participation and dialogue between the parties involved. So, in other words, all development activity needs to use communication. Communication as a tool, as a method to achieve the goal that these activities set out. And communication provide information for the development process. So, I think for the conclusion of my session, I think I want to share with some of what I got regarding this. The first thing is regarding this. Actually, I want to have for last session for class reflection, but this time is very limited. Now, I give some point to how to engage citizens with a sustainable goal. The first thing is debating on the SDG, promote systematic change and sense of togetherness. That's the media can play. Engaging target group, enabling them to become the change of agent. Choosing the frameworks, frames consciously makes a difference, challenging the mainstream, media cooperation, and also the telemet message engage the target group or deeper level, and also giving the platform to voice on global issues to ensure the more feedback, good feedback from the authority. Okay, and for summary of my presentation and my summary, and also in the conclusion. So. What we have here is that the ultimate goal of sustainable development is to reach the people. The human element is at the center of all social activity. This is the people who understand what they need, and this is what this is they who had to change their life. With high interoperability, it is clear that electronic newspaper are one of the channels that help people directly to speak their voice, speak up the real situation of their life, and help the authority to understand. That's one of the critical role can be played by the media, and speak up the real situation for their life and help the authority to understand. Again, I repeat, then and there are more appropriate and effective policy. And this interaction that's great the bond between the peoples and the government, who are the bond. The media have the responsibility, have the play to be role. And this connection is an important factor contributing to the success of development program. So the issues of sustainable development requires conducting all fields such as economy, culture, science, and technology. It was necessary to assert that this is not only the online newspaper to participate in broadcasting information, sustainable development, that other type of media journalism have achieved much success in informing about these issues. Okay, therefore, this can be concluded that the positive socio-economic change and sustainable development can be achieved when advocacy, behavior change, communication, and social mobilization techniques or communication for development are effectively utilized. This change comes about with the implementers adapting the behavior change communication. The media and the press need to sensitize the government and people on the needs to accept sustainability policy, behavior, and practice such as environmental management. So this is also highlights the communication does not solely bring about the change, but is other factor to achieve the social, economic, politics, and cultural change in society. The changes include the wider acceptance of sustainable behavior. For example, acceptance of routine civilization through the promotion of the behavior change, communication using the communication for development techniques, and also communication media, as well as the reforestation and all years round farming. And several hypothetical propositions here I derive from my critical review on this literature regarding the future research and to explore as guide for government towards the policy implementation. The first one is that the unique media characteristic of communication for development and advocacy journalism could positively influence the government and people to accept the sustainable development communication development. Okay, then journalism could positively influence the government and people to accept the sustainable development communication messages. And the government and the people acceptance of sustainable development communication messages could positively influence the media and press attitude towards sustainability, communication, and journalism. Development media and advocacy journalism attitude towards sustainable development communication could increase the government and people attention to adopt sustainable behavior.
Rob?
Yeah.
I'm sorry that are we still on the slide or we need to move?
No, it's okay because the slide I prepared is totally different what you have. So I think just okay. I just sum up my presentation regarding the role of media can be played in order to promote the successful implementation of SDG. Okay, so another my proposition are positive self-efficacy, belief in sustainable development, increase the media and press attention to adopt sustainable communication and journalism. And if the government and the people accept sustainable development communication messages distributed by the development media and press, it could positively influence their social norm in favor of sustainable behavior. So positive social norm towards sustainability increase development media and press attention to adopt sustainable development communication. And finally, the media and journalists participating in development communication, the second needs to exploit and make full use of the strength, power, influence of the media, message and journalism. And they need to increase the use of any the approaches trying to modern media in order to make effective impact, especially in the internet age. And the issues of sustainable development in the world in general and development country media in particular are still relatively new and it's an area of research. And so what I to end my last word is that there is a room for media to be played in order to make sure that the level of understanding of the public as a whole regarding the significant impact or the benefit of the SDG in making our future of generation, our future generation is livable. Okay, that's all for my presentation. So any views and comments, so the sharing is welcome. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for technical problem.
Okay. That is normal, Prof. Like we are teaching our students, sometimes there are technical situations happen. Okay. So thank you, Prof. We can open, right, for any 1 or 2 questions from our trainee. We have people from, as we mentioned to you, Prof, earlier, that we have our participants from not just Malaysia, but also from Cambodia, China, and also from Europe, from Romania, and so on. So we welcome for any, maybe some, is there any questions or maybe any kind of feedback or sharing that the participants, the trainee would like to share with Prof and with the rest of your friends here? Hafiz, any question?
Yes, so I have a question. One question for Professor. I want to know about your
Sina,
Prof. Hi, Prof. Actually, I am Hafizullah from Sina Harian. Actually, according to Department of Statistics, Malaysia is doing well for few goals like no poverty, quality education, and innovative and industrial manufacture. So currently, we are going to target on climate change. So referring to what happened in Malaysia, few phenomena like a flash flood and so on caused by rapid urbanization and deforestation. What your opinion about this thing? Are we really taking this matter into serious matter to fight against all those things in our country, because we are really involved in sustainable development.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hafiz.
Yes.
From Sina Harian. Okay, thank you very much. Simple question, but gives a very great impact. In the aspect of engineering, I also was in the local authority about a few years before I joined UUM, and also a consultant in the planning firm and also architecture firm. So my experience in the local authority, and also my friends are still working in the local authority. Actually, flood problem, whether this flood flash or the prodigal, seasonal flood problem, it's predictable. Especially, can you imagine? We are keep approving the project, development project. Take for example, what happened in Lembah Kelang? I think last year. I think last year, because there's very massive flood problem. So about how many? One of the factors is that, and one of the reason is that, actually it's not reason. The scenario is that we are keep improving the project. Okay, by standard of building development, building. So numbers of, especially in the city area, is very concentrated. What is concentrated? What is the meaning of concentrated? Meaning that numbers of, the concrete, object. And building is a concrete object.
Yes.
Is more and more developments concentrate in that area. More and more development project concentrate into that particular area, meaning that you actually, okay, take for example, in Kuala Lumpur, okay, in Kuala Lumpur, what type of development you look at? Vertical development, high-rise development, higher the development, higher the project, meaning that you must bear in mind how long, you know, the piling, they put, they pile, in order to strengthen the structure.
The foundation.
The foundation is higher the building and more deeper.
The foundation.
It's one building. In the city area, the location one building to another building is very close. So what happened? Can you imagine the condition of the soil? Is it can absorb water or not? I'm very sure it can absorb water. More and more development. Yes, development can take place legally on the site because that has been planned, put in the development plan that I discussed before. You see, we are creating actually the development, particularly in urban area. Why the urban area? Because in urban area, development concentrated. So we need more and more project you approve because the approved project is illegal. There's nothing wrong. By right, by the law, you are doing the right thing. But actually, from time to time, we are preparing more and more bigger and bigger size. What is that? Catchment area. You know what is the catchment area? The area where rainwater, get into the, become can be flood. You can flood that area. More and more water get into the area because, the level of absorption of water when the heavy rain happen, the water cannot continue. Some of them say go to the drain. Yes, for sure, the present capacity of drain cannot adopt the volume of the water. But naturally, if the development is taking care very seriously, they will make sure that the concentration not to concentrate in that area, because that's what I told you just now. At the same time, what actually we are, the authority doing is to create more and more catchment area. Right?
Prof,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm sorry that it's very good if we can have more interaction with Prof. Perhaps I think for our tradies would like to have more questions, they can contact Prof or they can email or WhatsApp to Prof. Yeah? We have another session, Prof, at 5:30. This time our trainee will be from Lucian Blaga of Sibiu, Romania. So Prof can also join us if you want to have some interaction or some sharing, with the trainer from LBUS. So so I think we take a break, Prof, before the next session, 5:30. So on behalf of our SDG journalism reporting group, we like to say thank you very much to you, Prof, for your sharing. It's very interesting, and especially when we have who have so many experience with this SDG agenda in some kind of projects and experience with it at international level. So thank you so much, Prof, for sharing with us. And thank you all our participants for being with us. And please, we take a break a little bit and we'll start back, we'll join back at 5:30. So Prof, terima kasih banyak ya, Prof ya.
Okay, thank you very
so
much.
much, Prof.
Okay, thank you for your patience during my
welcome, no worries.
presentation. Okay, bye. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody. So come back at 5:30. Okay.
Dr. Bat?
Perfect.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello,
recording in
hello.
progress.
Mina, I think this is auto recording.
Yeah.
So you can start now. And for the session, Dr. Bacha will be will assist anything for anything.
Okay. I just hand over to you, Adina and Mina. You can straight away to start.
Okay.
Okay,
hello.
thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon and good evening from Sibiu, Romania, to all of you who are joining in this training session. We are very happy to have you with us. My name is Adina Pintea. I am a lecturer with the University Lucian Blaga from Sibiu, the Department of Social Work, Journalism, Public Relations, and Sociology. I'm joined together next to me, side by side, okay, is my dear colleague and friend, Minodora Sarpudian, who is an associate professor at the same department. So together we are in this project in which we assisted and helped with creation and adaptation of a 6-month journalism reporting course with a focus on the SDGs. The course was based on an exhaustive needs analysis and a real-life transnational approach, and was based on exchange of best practices. Please allow me to begin by thanking our partners who are helping us with organizing this TOT session, our project manager, Oscar Odil from the University of Santiago de Compostela, our colleagues from UUM, Huda and team, and all the other teams, our colleagues from Cambodia, China, and Malaysia, involved in this project and who have done an extraordinary work. This, as you know, is the first meeting of a series of meetings organized as part of the SDGs journalism reporting project. So we will meet today, next week, and for 4 times. So I think you should know who we are. Let's get to meet each other. So Mina.
Hello, everyone. I'm so glad to be here with you today. Thank you, Adina. I just want to say just a few things about Adina and me, about our professional background, because this is important to understand our perspective on this training. So we are teachers in journalism, first of all. So we are not expert in SDGs. We have our background with SDGs, but we are not expert in SDGs. But we are interested in SDG as a journalism teachers, journalism professors. So the purpose of the training today and then the next 2 weeks, from our point of view, is to help you to organize your face-to-face classes with your journalism students. We try to provide some tips and tricks, kind of exercises, how to structure your classes, how to make this course to be attractive for your students. This is our role and our content based on. Our approach is important to understand because our presentation is very different comparatively with our colleague presentation. We are focused on how to organize the classes, the future classes. In the course, I think will start in September in all Asian universities. We will talk this week about media, about the role of journalism, about journalism ethics, some kind of issue connected, very connected to world of journalism. Because our calling in the first session talk a little bit about media. We will come with some specific issues and aspects about what media means. Just a joke, and I finish. I let Adina to continue. We cannot about media generally. Is the same thing to do this is the same thing like we talk about Asia generally. Media is an entire world. So journalism is just a small part in this world, and professional journalism is a little part in this huge world and mixed world. So thank you, Adina. Please take the microphone.
Yeah. Okay, yes, I thought we should take a few seconds and talk about our professional background, but we can skip that and we can continue. Right, so if you, during this session, if you have any questions during the presentation, please type them in the chat box, and we will look into them and try to answer as we go along or at the end of the session. Also, after we conclude the session today, you will receive also in the chat box a link to a feedback form. Would you be so kind and take a few minutes to answer the questions? We will really appreciate your feedback, as it is very helpful for us to go with our next training sessions. I shared my screen. I think everybody sees the SDGs journalism reporting course, a course which was designed for students and journalists into different types, a 6-month course and a whole year course. For the capacity building materials and for the capacity building course, we took into account the 6-month curriculum. A total of ECTs, 40 allocated for 1,000 hours, a total in-class hour of 157 hours. This means 6 hours a week, so it's very intense and dense altogether. The targeted students, our audience, yes, it's students and in-service journalists. Also, students will be taught face-to-face. There will be on-site classes, but also there will be an online available material. There will be an SDG journalism course, e-tutor platform, so on and so forth. The capacity building materials on which we based our training sessions have been started with this in mind, and from the outline designed by our colleagues from University of Battambang, Cambodia. We had very specific learning goals in our mind related to themes that have a clear link to sustainable development and journalism, thus offering concrete tools to implement knowledge on SDGs, on journalism, and address skill sets required for professional media reporting on SDGs. The purpose of this capacity building training, of course, is to get everyone acquainted with practical actions and best practices, knowledge, skills acquisition, of course, networking. So with no further ado, let's move on to the 4 modules of our capacity building course. Okay, so the first module, the one that we touch on today, is module 1, the World Agenda and the SDGs, with the objective to base the global agenda as a reference to enhance the information agenda, meaning that we prepare our students and prepare their background, set their the framework and their mindset. This is the shortest of the modules. There are only 15 hours allocated for on-site teaching. I mean, on-site and online teaching are parallel, so the material parallel themselves, so it's okay. Module 2, the second module is about sustainability, with the objective for participants to assess and assume sustainability as the basic concept that activates the SDGs and their application in local environments. The third module, journalism and narrative techniques of digital information, with the objective to approach the journalistic reality, the procedures and the forms of elaboration of digital content applied to the practical project that the students need to do. Here we have a total of 10 credits allocated for 250 hours, and in-class hours 45. And the last but not least, module 4, practicum. Here the focus is to generate practical projects and to facilitate students' understanding of the subject matter and their involvement in journalism, make the course visible to institutions, communities, organizations, including the international SDGs agencies. So as you can notice, these 3 modules, 2, 3, and 4, they are calibrated. Each of them allow for 45 hours of in-class teaching. Of course, you can adapt and organize this amount of time, but the content, we advise, okay, the content and the themes, the general themes of the blocks, of the thematic blocks, to remain the same. Okay. So there are many resources available on sustainable development goals, as I am sure you are probably aware. The United Nations website in particular provides a whole wealth of resources that you can easily incorporate into your teaching. However, we haven't exclusively resorted to those, as there are lots of articles, scientific resources, reports done by international organizations. So we also took them into account. So if you have not looked already the capacity building materials do contain some suggested links as to resources that you can include into your teaching. Each of these modules come with suggested learning activities you can incorporate in the presentations and the activities that you tailor for your students. So let's touch on the first unit on sustainable development. The unit introduces the concept of sustainability along with the SDGs and with other terms and acronyms such as the Millennium Development Goals, the MDGs, United Nations concepts such as Agenda 2030, their purpose and importance, their connection with other global commitments. Also, we focused on the 5 thematic areas. They were introduced by our previous speaker, the 5 pillars of sustainability, of sustainable goals: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. Enhancing the role of journalists and role of the media in drawing attention, raising awareness of the goals, and calling for action on sustainable development issues. At the end of this unit, students should be able to describe and to recognize and to assume the SDG framework and how it was developed.
Adina, excuse me, change the slide. Put the slide with unit 1. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so they should be able to develop an understanding of the SDG framework and how it can be used to address long-term and challenging sustainable development issues, including what the SDGs and Agenda 2030 are, their purpose, their importance. With the activities and with our presentations, we want to entice and to develop, to activate critical thinking, cross-cultural skills, creativity, empathy, self-awareness, so on and so forth. So what we want is to create students' mindset and to help them critically reflect on their own cultural assumptions and practices about sustainability. We organized the time management of the first class. Okay, can you just allow me a second? Okay, is it better now?
Yes.
Okay.
We try to get out the black
spot. I didn't. Okay, the black
slide.
spot. Okay. So is everything okay now? All right. So we have a 2-hour presentation with PowerPoint slides, infographics, video clips, 1 hour devoted to exercises, conclusions, and discussions. And with all modules and with all units come 23 hours of autonomous learning, in which we included a whole wealth of resources that students can access, read, and think about, and use for their research projects or for their practical projects, and so forth. For the 3-hour on-site face-to-face teaching, okay, you will notice that I organized and we organized the time with, in particular, with this unit, the theory part alternates with practical exercises. The reason behind this was to facilitate easier access to the new information and to help students retain a quite consistent body of theory, new concepts, new words, jargon, specialized language, help them organize the information and remember it while giving them the frame for the activities that are going to be undertaking as they continue with the modules. So we have a 5 minutes introduction to the topic of the lecture, and then alternatively a presentation, a group exercise, then another short presentation, a memory game, and then a brief history of the SDGs from global to local. And at the end of the session, 35 minutes for discussions, debating. Okay, you can use this time to organize debate teams, draw conclusions. So the presentation seeks to deepen students' practical grasp of the foundations of the sustainable goals, their prevalence in the media, the importance of the 2030 agenda and the 17 goals that come with it. So with the help of the PowerPoint slides, you can structure a brief lecture on the SDGs and open with a discussion on the nature of these goals, explain their formation, have a look at the framework and how you can how they can use these particular notions in their work, how they can use and how they can address, identify issues related to sustainable goals in their domestic areas, examine the factors that can limit the SDGs or further them to their success in globally and locally. As you go along, make sure to explain concepts and specialized language, as students may not be familiar with the jargon. It is important for students to understand the transition from one agenda to the other. They may get confused. MDGs, SDGs, discuss the transition from the MDGs agenda to the SDGs. MDGs were the campaign developed from 2000 to 2015 to end poverty in its various dimensions. Yet, while the MDGs only applied to developing countries to end poverty, the SDGs are considerably more comprehensive and ambitious than the MDGs. The theoretical approach should respond to the attention given to the need to move from the current worldviews and patterns of development to a socio-biocentric and ecocentric worldview, and the necessity to investigate the root causes of unsustainability. First, you need to explain for students the complexity behind sustainability by identifying the 3 dimensions of sustainability: the environmental, the social, and the economic one, to point out how they are interconnected and represented in the SDGs. So students understand the challenges posed by how to communicate and use the SDGs in journalistic materials, to inform, educate, advocate, increase awareness, and last but not least, to nurture local citizenship. Then, moving on, you focus on the 5 pillars of sustainability, which represent one way to measure progress with the SDGs. They highlight how the SDGs are intertwined, an intertwined framework instead of a group of isolated goals. They all represent the core priorities of the SDGs. That means that progress on 1P must balance and support another. In terms of teaching approaches, these are consistent with the foundational topics in the units. We suggested short clips that convey content and practical activities that can strengthen students' ability to recall key facts, concepts, and knowledge. Also, we focused on activities that prompt students to start processing what they know, and we teachers, how we teachers can become more of facilitators and guides to the students. Learning is not an external stimulus. It's not like you pour content into the ears of your students. It accounts for the learner's own mental processes of thinking, in problem solving, collaborating to devise solutions. So we also suggested reflective activities, mind mapping activities to help them demonstrate and present what they know. So here we propose a group exercise. After you introduced the MDGs and the SDGs, you can draw two columns on the flip chart with the titles MDGs and SDGs. Mark each row with a different color and tell the students that there is one similarity and 10 differences between the SDGs and the MDGs. Then invite students to stand up, choose a card, and place it in a correct place. Then you can wrap up the exercise with these two questions. Do your students see any important changes in the 2030 agenda? And the second one, which aspects of the 2030 agenda are the most important for local context? Of course, there are lots of activities, exercises that can be done. We provided you with numbers of examples and resources. You also can create your own, or you can get inspiration from the multiple resources available. Another example is the SDG memory game. You are provided with the link in the materials. The purpose of this exercise is to help students visualize the connections between the 5 pillars and their corresponding SDGs. This is also very helpful for students to make the connections between the goals and to group them logically, creating the frame. For instance, they will discover that 5 of the SDGs focus on people, ending poverty, fighting inequality, ensuring healthy lives, knowledge inclusion, empowerment of women and children. 5 of the SDGs focus on the planet, water and sanitation, sustainable consumption, fighting climate change, marine and terrestrial ecosystems. 6 of the SDGs focus on prosperity, calling for new strategies for sustainable business, finance and socio-economic development. 1 SDG refers to peace, justice, accountability as key concepts for sustainable development. And the last SDG focuses on the need to promote new partnerships. The United Nations agenda is important, but it should not be presented individually and too technically, but more in connection to journalism, so that students may go beyond a collection of treaties, political treaties, principles, and use them as a mindset in which to integrate and convert global challenges into local solutions, translate the global agenda to local solutions. Ask students to identify examples of SDG preoccupations or maybe implementation at local level, and whether those aspects were presented in the media. Analyze with them the amount of stories with a focus on sustainability are presented by the media. Analyze the angles from which they are presented, how they are written, so on and so forth. Discuss with them and show them examples on how the media and the journalists can raise awareness about the sustainable goals and how they can educate the public. For instance, the BBC issued an internal guide on how to report on climate change. I strongly suggest it. It's extraordinary and very comprehensive. And there are links to every goal. As you know, every goal has separate targets. There are 169 targets. So there are links to all goals and their targets. Also, The Guardian updated its style guide so that includes terms such as climate change, climate emergency, and you are provided with the links. Enhance the idea that they may need to develop a critical attitude towards political discourses on development and provide their audience, their readers, with different perspectives to be able to bring forward stories that make people understand sustainability and take position, actions, and regain their trust in mass media. Other question that you can prompt students to discuss or create a debate competition: how does media present the SDGs locally, nationally? Ask them to reflect on their own habits. And okay, this is a good exercise for us as well, to question our consumer habits, to see how our habits impact our lives, the lives of others, to what extent, what can we do. Ask students to think of ways in which they can promote sustainability in campus. And there are some links with suggestions for daily actions. They can transform students, we can transform the world, the one that is next to us, and you know, a small change can create bigger transformations. Right, so this would be the first unit of the five units of this module. If you do have some questions at this point, please feel free, or we can
put them in the chat, Adina, to put them in the chat, because
I can't see the chat because I have the presentation on
I'm here
screen.
with the chat open, and I can see if there are some questions. But it's important to have a good time management in this session. So we just finish the first unit. We have four more
units. Yes.
4 more units. Yes.
Okay. So
and half an hour for discussion.
For discussion. Okay.
The final session.
All right. Unit 2, the second unit of this module entitled The 17 Current SDGs and Identification with Local Problems. Students will be able to observe the relevance of the 17 SDGs to all countries in general and local areas in particular. There will be discussions on the motto of the SDGs, which is leave no one behind, and how this framework can be used to enhance positive impact on sustainable development. Following Unit 1, in this unit, students will become more familiar with each goal and their 169 targets. They will be presented with the connections and interrelations between the goals and target between target. They will understand how this framework can be used as a tool. And they will reflect on their role as people and future journalists with a focus on sustainability, and how they can examine the issues of sustainability in their local area from the angle of the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, which are economic, social, and environmental. For this unit, there is a 2-hour presentation, 1 hour practical activities and exercises, and 23 hours of autonomous learning. The objectives of this unit and the competencies that students should acquire to understand the universality and relevance of the 17 goals to all countries in general and local areas in particular, to understand the key SDGs concept and the interdependence between local, national, and global in the implementation of the SDGs. Okay, again, this is how we organized the material and the time spent with the students in class. It's a 3-hour on-site teaching with 2-hour presentation and 50 minutes practical activities. We propose to start the presentation with a very brief question and answer session to check students' understanding of the main concepts related to sustainable development. You can brainstorm ideas with a simple and fun activity to reinforce the learning outcomes from the previous lecture. Do you know all the SDGs? Introduce the topic of the lecture using a short clip to help students visualize and remember the goals. And afterwards, you can follow up with questions. What did you already know about sustainable development? How did the clip fit with your knowledge about sustainable development? What are the characteristics of sustainable society? So discussing with the students will bring about new ideas and will reinforce all the theory that they accumulate. These questions will help students recall key facts, concepts, and knowledge. And what is much more important, they will ask them and help the students to become actively involved in their own learning process. You can point out that each country in the world is facing specific challenges in implementing the goals of sustainable development. However, special attention is given to the most vulnerable countries there is an interactive map on the internet, and it gives you, references organized by goals or by country. So you can use that map to visualize and help students see where their particular country stands in terms of sustainable development. You can see there the rankings, the progress made by each country on each SDG. Because for each of the 17 goals, there is a list of specific targets that all countries need to accomplish by the year 2030. The goals and their targets are broadly presented in various guides and reports, together with learning objectives associated with each goal. And we strongly recommend to use them, or you can, as I said, you can create your own. Explain to the students why is it important to understand who or what is affected by the SDGs, and what actions can we take as individuals or as communities and nations. Ask students to investigate issues that are new or challenging to them, thus helping them to develop a relationship between themselves and the issues. Present each goal, indicating the targets, and guide the students so they can discover that all of them are interconnected. You can discuss with your students about opportunities and barriers behind each goal, so they can have a broader picture. Possible questions that you can prompt, evaluate the sustainable level of society in your country, in our country. What do you think of the 3 dimensions of sustainable development, social, economic, and environmental? What do you think are the biggest challenges to obtain a sustainable development? At this point, introduce their role as future journalists and elicit answers to questions such as how can media play a more meaningful part in achieving the SDGs, and possible answers, raise awareness, publishing in-depth stories with quality multimedia content, educating people, help make connections between experts, civil society, and the public. The practical activity proposed for this unit is an exercise, 1 issue, 3 angles. And more ideas of similar tasks can be adapted for students. This task in particular challenges the students to explore the 3 different perspectives of sustainable development. The students will be asked to explain in detail the connections and interactions, to think about global issues, and check whether their perspective after the concluding of this unit is the same as it was before they started with their studies of the SDGs. Ask them how comfortable they are with what they find, and if that was easy or challenges. The purpose of the tasks are to show the correlations between local, national, and global challenges, the correlation between social relations, economic, environmental, and to provide the students the ability to be creative, communicate, cooperate, and gain experience in finding sustainable solutions to actual problems. The 3 dimensions of sustainability that we have mentioned must be presented in a systemic and syncretic approach, to help students understand the interdependence between them. For example, unsustainable economic decisions affect entire communities. Or another example will be the impact of migration on the economy of an area, or the effects of corruption on the environment. For example, in Romania, we have massive deforestations. So examples like these can be illustrated with articles issued in the local, national, or international media. You can present students with cases of best practices, or on the contrary, identify poorly written materials and ask them what they can do to go beyond current trends and boundaries. What will be in their take on the issue from the sustainable point of view. So to conclude, the second unit of our module, we should encourage our students to read articles and reports on the SDGs or issues related to sustainable development. Ask them to critically reflect on them and discuss the connections, since communication is so important in achieving the sustainable development goals, and the news media as agents of information dissemination, agenda setting are important aspects of the process. The need to interrogate the level of awareness of the SDGs and how future journalists see their role in the process become an imperative at this point. So these would be our recommendations and highlights for the second unit. We will continue with unit number 3. So, Mina, how do you prefer to continue? Will you share your screen, or?
I think it's better to manage with the mouse the next slides. And please have, I ask participants to have just a little patience to share my screen.
Okay, I need to stop sharing. How can I do that?
We don't use to work with Zoom in Romania. We use Google.
So I
Meet
have a new share.
classes.
I think you can, Mina. I think you can.
You cannot
stop.
share the screen.
I think you can try. Pause share. I have pause share, but not. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Could you see any slide?
Yes.
Or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's perfect. So let's move this black from here. So Adina present to you the first 2 units from the first module. I will continue with the next 3 units, but a short recap. The first module has 5 units, and every unit has 3 hours. So we try to divide these hours into 2 hours of presentation and 1 hour of exercise. But before to start to continue the presentation, I just to say that Adina, my colleague and my friend, is a radio journalist, who used to be a former radio journalist, and her voice is so good for radio. So I think sometimes you can just stay and listen the information like in a podcast when Adina is talking. So
okay, Nina, thank you. But
because it's not easy, and I want to congratulate all the participants here because their effort is so big to stay 5 hours to consume this kind of specific information. It's not easy, so you're a hero today because of your patience. And one of participants has a camera on, so I thank you for this. It's so important for us to see faces when we are teaching. So the unit 3 is called Articulation of Reference SDGs and Identification with Local Problems. This is a title. We have 2-hour presentations and 1-hour exercise, as I said, and the main course questions are: how can we identify social, economic, and environmental issues related to SDGs in your area? What are the biggest challenges for your local communities? If you teach to your students, of course. Why this kind of topics should be media covered, which is their relevance for citizens. And I insist in this point, you have to teach your students all the time during these 4 modules. That is very important in journalism, to take into account public interest, the interest of communities, the social interest, the interest of the people in every topic you want to cover. The objectives of this unit that could be transformed in competencies will be the acceptance and understanding the localization process and the political levers involved, understanding of associated process such as decentralization. This I put with bold on the slide. A key term, key concept to debate, to present, to describe to your students, and to give examples for everyone. Stimulating and motivating students to identify and understand social, economic, and environmental issues in the area where they live. Correlating the SDGs as a global vision with local reality. Understanding the role of journalism with bold, of course, as an activity for the benefit of society, and the dual role of journalists as information filters, but also as responsible vectors for public opinion, because you have to communicate from beginning to your students that the role of media is not just to inform, it's also to form, to educate the people, especially nowadays when we have such different and such a diversity of channels and voices on this channel. Not all voices are good intent, of course. So this the professional journalist always will make a difference in this landscape. And of course, we will notice that every slide, introduction slide, has our introduction slide has this activating critical thinking. This is the one of the most relevant quality for a journalist to think critically, to have a critical point of view, to be suspicious if you want when the journalists have a topic to cover. So the second, time management, in the same way, we have 3 hours in classes, face-to-face teaching. So you can divide this time into our presentations. You know, maybe you will think that it's big, it's too long to make a presentation in 2 hours, but here in Romania and maybe in your countries is the same. We have interactive and dynamic presentations with brainstormings, with question and answers, with games, with a lot of interactive tools. Because you know why? Because of these generations of digital natives students. They are so visual, they need dialogue, they bore, very become boring very soon. So we need to attract them into dialogue and to make the classes to be very attractive. But of course, we need to give them, to provide them content also. Not exhaustive content, not a lot of knowledge, because on internet we have a lot of good sources of information. We have a scientific database. We have good media, we have articles, competent article from expert. We have very different and very good content. We don't have to give them all the knowledge, but the most important role for us as a teacher is to make them curious to go, to find, to search, to make documentation, you know. So in this 1 hour, you have here 1 hour and 20 minutes of presentation, concentrate presentations with conceptualizations. You have to of course, to provide some definitions, explanations, but please give them always examples from the life in your country, from global point of view, from local point of view. And this presentation will be more interesting for your students. So conclusions, 10 minutes, maybe more. I have to tell you, but I think I don't remember, maybe Adina already said that this time management is just a benchmark for you. You can divide your time as you wish, of course, is just recommendation from us. Is the way we do in Romania. A lot of exercises with journalism students because they love exercises. So the presentation for Unit 3, for this unit, focus on explaining the meaning of localization in SDG terminology. Maybe you could present some of abbreviations, because there are a lot of abbreviations. If you take a if you look in a guide, United Nations guide with about SDGs, you will see a lot of abbreviation there. So just take a look into and choose the most important of them, and as LGRs or local regional government or local regional government associations, and explain them to your students. It's important to correlate the main concept, localization. Just to say something, we tell students that the 17 SDGs are global, but this world is so huge and so diverse, and all of us have specific and local issues. So it's important to correlate the global vision with our local problem. You know, we have some environmental problem here in Romania with brown bears, for examples. Maybe in Malaysia or in China or in Cambodia, you have another kind of problem. So it's important to localizate and identify this spatial issue and put in relation, in connection with the global vision. So you can explain some such terms as global, multi-level governance, cross-level contextualization, and so on. Give examples, of course, to help students understand the concept. You can use in your presentation a case study to illustrate the concept of localization. In the same time, explain what means decentralization. If in your country exists a decentralization agenda, maybe you can debate with them. What means multi-level and multi-stakeholder governance? You know, here are some syntagma and concept and terms that you should explain to your students. I put on this slide a handbook to be helpful and to see what the decentralization of some state over the last 5 decades looks like. Here we will give you all our slides after we finish. And I have to tell you that Adina and me worked on guide for professors, for teachers in your countries, how to teach journalism connected to SDGs. But we need more time to edit this this material. So these slides here that we are presented here are based on a huge material that we want to edit in the very next future, maybe next weeks. So journalists should understand notions such as decentralizations and the interconnection generated by the bottom-up vision from the local to the central level. Every time when we refer to decision, measures, action on sustainability. I think advanced country experts encourage LRGS to work with university and research institute to argue their decisions and present scientific evidence with bold, because this is a problem in many countries with journalism also to look in the scientific area and to base your documentation on scientific evidence. And in this point, you could give examples of collaboration between your university and local or central national institutions. A summary point of the topic on localization is related to the preoccupation of the local press to mediate topics on sustainability. Here are some, here should be a link here. I will check, are some examples of good practices. You know, these slides are based on many resources, and a few of them are linked here in our text. I want to give you an example. In Sibiu, the city where we live, and the city of our university, the Blaga University in Sibiu, are some media outlets. I think around 10 media outlets. In this media outlets work many of, I think, Adina, all of them are our graduated they
Almost,
graduate the
yeah.
journalism in Sibiu. So
Yeah, almost all of them.
I worked for a scientific article last year, and I made a focus group with a part of them, and I asked the journalist, the local journalist, about the SDG, United Nations 2030 agenda, and about the 7 SDGs, and they didn't know. They didn't know anything, because you know that this doesn't mean a lack of knowledge. They are not interested in official discourse, but they know a lot about sustainability, about SDG with number 11, sustainable city and communities. The local journalists here in Sibiu are interested in green energy, in bicycle, in what administration always do for citizen, So, but they have no idea about the agenda. So this raises a question in my mind: how to educate, how to communicate with not only with our students in journalism, but with journalists in service about these issues, to put in a link together, So I will continue. So exemplification. This is my my point in every class that I make. I present students graphs, infographics, maps, interactive maps, data, reports. So encourage them to find, and you collaborate with them to find good resources and digital resources, interactive resources, to get knowledge, good knowledge from there. So I propose exercise and debate. I put here on a slide. Of course, you can change the topic. You can put another topic, what you consider that is a priority in your region, in your town, in your local, in your city, in your local area. My topic that I proposed is poverty in your region. So I put here on slide a handbook to see data, and to see another kind of exercise for this activity. But first of all, you have to introduce the definition of poverty, and extreme poverty, maybe, and relative poverty. The poverty is not the same on the world, on the entire world. We have maybe another definition for extreme poverty in Romania. Maybe in Africa is another definition. You have to identify, to have some benchmark about what poverty means, and compare it with the reality in our local city space. So ask students if they have noticed that the local media attaches importance to the topic, and how do the local media cover the subject, the topic about poverty and community in needs and person in needs. To observe the angle of approach, to comment on the informational content and the existence of the bias, to ask why we consider it relevant or not. And on this unit, at the final, for fun and for relax, you can propose your students to make a test. You have linked here for test how it's an immersive exercise about their our daily habits and sustainable development. I found it in Finland. It's produced there, but it's interesting to make it. I suggest you to complete this quiz you first as teachers, as professor, and after that to give to your students. The goal of this very short and fun exercise is to raise awareness on a micro scale of the impact of that each of us have on the planet, of course. And I think, as in Romania, you also can ask your students to use their own devices for this, and for many other kind of exercises. The mobile phone are very good in journalism too. So the next, some highlights, recommendations for your students. Always ask them to monitor the local media to see how the decisions of the authorities on sustainability are connected with the journalists' daily work. Do you have, is a question, rhetorical one, do you have an SDG agenda in your country? Okay, how is implemented this agenda from national, from governmental level to the local one? Are journalists in China, Cambodia, or Malaysia interested in this kind of information? How the politicians use to implement this 2030 UN agenda? Students should be able to identify local leaders from institutions or NGOs that have sustainability project on their agenda and start to monitor their activity. I think you already do this, I'm sure, because we collaborate with some Cambodian colleagues. Adina and me were 5 years ago and have some classes in Phnom Penh University and we worked with journalism students there, and we know that they are involved in many collaboration with local and national SDGs, NGOs, excuse me, I'm a little tired. So it's very important that your students know about this collaboration, initiate another collaboration maybe with local NGOs and monitor their activities. Here in Sibiu, we have a strong connection with UNICEF, for example, which is the largest organization for children rights in whole world. But also we have some connections and collaboration with local NGOs that work with poor communities and with children also. So through individual study, students should become familiar with the vocabulary related to the localization of SDG and its abbreviations. So I think we could continue with another unit. It's the unit number 4. We have just one more, and after that, I think we'll have a little time, a half an hour with maybe with discussions and examples and questions, and maybe we'll have answers too. So the country assessment of the SDGs, major agencies, the title of Unit 4. We have 2 hour presentation and 1 hour exercise. We started with some course questions. Are there concerns at national level, strategies, policies, projects carried out with third party of the state government regarding specific SDGs or in the direction of sustainable development in general? Are there such concerns at the zonal or local level? Are there collaborations, partnerships between local central institutions, local NGOs, local media, and university? In other words, a simple question, a more simple question: if the university where you teach this course have connections with NGOs and with local medias, if the university has no connection, you can establish some links. To have maybe in your future classes, you will have as guest speaker journalist as guest speaker in your future classes, and you have to know the reality of the local media. To what extent does mainstream media reflect government concern for sustainability and the 2030 agenda? And some objective that could be transformed in competencies for your students is understanding the interdependence between local, national, and global in the implementation of the SDGs, knowing the realities in data from one's own country, initiation in understanding the role of journalism with reference to sustainability, initiation in understanding the difference between journalism and other types of public communication, such as PR, and of course, always in every unit, every face-to-face activity, activating critical thinking. You can notice on this moment that we started to define and explain what journalism means comparative with the other type of public communication. Because, as I said earlier, many of people that don't have any connection with this area, with this field of study called journalism, always or often use ambiguous terms as media, mass media. What means that? What means that? In this course, we will have to talk about journalism, and especially professional journalism. Media is a tape recorder. Media is a book. Media is a podcast. Media is a platform, social platform. TikTok is a media, but it's not journalism. The way of what an organization, the way of organization is public communicate, is not journalism, is public relations. So from this point, we have to teach our students. It's very important and very relevant to make differences between journalism as a profession and other kind of public communication. Just a moment, I finished this slide. Time management is very simple. We have 5 minutes recap. I suggest and I recommend to have this just few minutes to recap in your activity, in your teaching activity, to make links between units, not to forget the main issues and the main aspects you have thought in the previous lesson, you know. So ask them to say you some ideas that they are in their head about the previous lesson. 5 minutes recap, 10 minutes introduction to the unit topic, and of course this may be boring interval, didactic interval, 1 hour and 20 minutes, approaching the subject from global to regional and national, and vice versa, presentation of the country assessment of in data. It's a little error on the slide. And after that, 10 minutes conclusions and maybe clarification, question and answers to clarify and to give more example and to make more dynamic your course, your presentation. And after that, 1 hour exercise. Of course, presentation for this unit. Wow, I try to remember what I've put on this slide. I've chosen a video. I talked with Adina about this video. It's I put in introduction this video, but I think it has 30 minutes. 30 minutes is too long to see this video, as students to see this video on class. So you can change it to during the unit or at the final of unit 3. You should ask your students to see this video at home in their own program, personal program, to see this video and to discuss at the beginning of the unit 4 about its content. So it's a very beautiful video and very interesting from point of view, a videographer point of view, but not only as content too, because it draws their attention and raises awareness about the current problems of our planet. So you can start in with your presentation in a dynamic way. After that, you can explain to your student what it means a holistic approaches and a coherent action by global, regional, and country level actors in order to ensure interlinkages between the regional and country levels. For this, you can use the latest UN SDGs report. I make it with link here for recent data, from which you can extract content relevant to your journalism students. In this point, I want to tell you something. We didn't base this informations and our approach only on United Nations materials. Adina and me tried to find another kind of sources, scientific one, another kind of reports and infographics or statistics, not made by only United Nations. So, but we combine the sources in our material. It is important also for your students to place your country in the global context of the 2030 agenda. You can use this platform, is a platform with link here, in order to voluntary national reports that each country includes, discuss in terms of cause and effect the main sustainability issues of your country, providing as examples journalistic material that use scientific sources. You know, this is a big problem in Romania with with journalism, even if with the professional journalists, and the pandemic period changed this problem. Before the pandemic, a professional journalist in Romania didn't weren't interested in scientific work, not too much, not to go scientific base dates, not to read a scientific article, not to get an expert to explain some issues that needs a scientific explanation. But after pandemic, we noticed that the perspective is changing, because during the global medical crisis, the journalists realized that the journalists and science have to stay one by one, you know. So it's very important to give this approach to your students. Identify and discuss the main media outlets in your country that show interest in SDGs. Implicity, not talking about the United Nations agendas, not discussing official declaration from United Nations officials, not in this way, but you can help your students to identify in your national and local media this preoccupation for sustainability. Talk the journalist about the water, the public health, the poverty in your region. This means they are interested in topics about sustainability. So you can identify this aspect with your students. Explain with bold, of course. Explain to students, the journalists. It's very important for me, this assertion. The journalists are not, the journalists in general, professional journalists are not government spokespersons, but independent actors who only consider the public interest. This is the first, in our approach, the first opening to the journalist profession. You can start from here to explain them what professional journalists mean. In conclusion, the content of your presentation should relate government policies on the SDG, the role of the media in this process. When I say media, I think of journalism, professional journalism always, you know. In conclusion, the main issues should be pointed out at the level of the country and in relation to national approaches to sustainability, but also in relation to the role of media in your country. So, go on. An exercise I propose, quick research and a short presentation, student presentation, not your as a teacher. You can substitute with what you think it's better for your students. Of course, it's just a recommendation. You can divide your students into 2 teams or maybe 4 teams. depends on the number of students in class. Each team will open this United Nations site and enter the name of your country and the names of other Asian countries, including neighboring countries, in the search field. Then choose from the displayed multimedia resources a video content that reflects one of the priority SDGs in each of these countries. Ask students to observe how the material is made, what they think are its strengths, and what are its weaknesses, with reference to the theme, perspective, conception, but also from a videographic point of view. Ask them to critically evaluate the content and try to answer and argue whether they think it is journalistic or promotional content. One student from each team will present his team argumentative assessment in 3 or 5 minutes. And the purpose of this exercise is to observe critically, to reflect on the essential differences between journalistic and promotional approaches. Or you can substitute this exercise, or you can combine them as you wish. Maybe you can write in the chat. Have you read the Hans Rosling book, Factfulness, that was published in 2018? This book is very useful for young journalists, because this book helps students, young people, to think in data and in facts, to see the facts, to separate opinion by facts. So in the beginning of this book is a test with, I don't remember exactly, but I think 13 or 14 questions, and a lot of them are related to sustainability. It's very fun. It's a very fun test and a very funny exercise. I just tell you one thing about this. Hans Rosling gave the test for the first time to chimpanzee to make this test, and they had better results than humans. And after chimpanzee, Hans Rosling gave the test to his colleague, scientific people, experts, and they didn't get the same result as chimpanzee. So it's you will see. You make test. I made the test with students every generation, and we have funny moments every year with this test. It's a maybe good recommendation. Of course, the whole book is it's very relevant, I think, for journalists, especially for journalists. Good. Some recommendation for the Unit 4. We have to come closer and closer to the media and to observe, to notice critical what politicians do if they do their jobs. This is the main I don't know, task that journalists, professional journalists, have to take into account, to observe what politicians do, and if they do their jobs good for citizens, of course. So students should investigate the website of national and local authorities related to the 2030 agenda, and students should investigate the website of national and local authorities related to the same thing. and observe the public policies of the government in their country. Students should identify the main national organizations that promote human rights, environmental protection, and conservation, and so on. Students should monitor the mainstream media in their country and to observe to what extent this reflects the issue of SDGs. Students should be instructed to read reports on freedom of expression and independence of journalists in their own country. There are a lot of resources. We work in Romania with a very professional NGO that maybe you've heard about it. It's called the Center for Independent Journalism. It's a global organization, but we work here in Romania. Our university has connection with the Romanian NGO Central for Independent Journalism, and we sometimes we make workshops and trainings, and we keep in touch with experts from there in some projects, journalistic projects. So, and the last one, I finished this, yes. The last one, the last unit, thank you again for your patience. It's difficult in this moment. It's difficult for me to support to have patience with myself. So I can understand your effort and your patience. So the title and the topic for this unit, 5 unit, is SDGs on the information agenda in each country. We have more time. If you can notice, you could notice on this slide, you will have more time for exercises here, just 1.5 hours for presentations. And I propose a guest speaker, the first, maybe. I don't know if Adina, do you?
No,
no.
No, because the units at the beginning are they offer lots of information, general information on SDGs. Maybe, yes, maybe you can find a representative of the SDG authority or a member of government to come and present. You can also resort to reports done by the National Institute of Statistics. Okay, and someone from there, if there are in your countries representatives, to come and present your students with the status and the official information on SDGs. Yeah.
So I propose some, okay.
Yeah, no, so yes, you can have a guest speaker, but probably it's up to you. I haven't proposed in the first 2 units, yes. So, but you can you feel free and do this if you want to.
You can think about this way to offer your student, to provide your students some kind of specific information from a guest speaker. The course questions are: what concrete steps has your country taken to make the United Nations Agenda, 2030 Agenda possible? What government department is there? And who are the politicians involved in implementing the SDGs? What official documents are on the website of the government in your country in this direction? Have officials in your country talked about sustainability measures and strategies in line with global SDGs? Has the national media covered this information? Do ordinary people have knowledge, information about of the implementation of SDG in your country? I suppose no. In Romania it's the same, but we can talk in our next meetings about some of these aspects, real aspects. Some objectives that could be transformed in competencies: documentation and selection of information sources, knowledge of strategies for implementing the SDGs at national level, media monitoring and analysis, interrogative thinking, critical thinking, of course. I put here on slide, so we have 3 hours, just 3 hours. We can divide them in 2-hour presentation, and this 2-hour presentation could be your presentation, 45 minutes, and your guest speaker another 45 minutes. We have 19 minutes here, maybe it could be. And the same structure as we had on previous slides. So I don't insist on time management. It's your option here. Adina and me just make some suggestion how to manage your time. So the presentations. So I don't want to read because you'll receive anyway the slide. But in the first session, 45 minutes, your session, you could present your students some key concepts such as media freedom, media independence, freedom of information. For this last aspect, you could search laws and legal aspects by your country. Present the most important official sources of information, public documents for SDGs in your country, explain the extent to which they have been covered by the mainstream press and independent news sites. And of course, in this first session, you could prepare for the next session with your students, encouraging students to be curious, participative, and to ask as specific question as possible through which to get concrete. I have an error on this slide, I think, to get this continue here. So the idea is to prepare your students to have the courage to put questions to your guest speaker. Not to be only presentation, a monologue, but after your guest speaker will finish his presentation, your students to put some question. Some of them may be uncomfortable question. I don't know. In Romania, this is possible, and we push them. We encourage them to not to be very obedient, to be polite, to be to have respect, but to put essential and relevant question to get in order to get right answers. It's an exercise, a journalistic exercise. This. So the second session that I propose is to invite government representative from your country to talk to your students about national and local strategies in implementing the United Nations 2030 agenda. After the presentation, as I said, the guest will answer students' questions in this session, which you can design in the similar way to a press conference. You can organize a press conference. Why not? Why not? To accustom your students with what to be journalist means. And after the presentation sessions, I suggest an exercise, a vox pop out of classroom. I'm not sure if it's possible in your university. In our university, it's possible, and we could and we can do this. So coordinate students in making a vox pop. It's an error. A vox pop. This is the right order. A vox pop outside the classroom to see if their peers at other university specializations are aware of the SDG. Decide together a main questions and 2 or 3 other helpful adjacent questions. Then ask students to check the voice recording app on their mobile phone. During the break between 2 courses, go out to interview other students on campus. Process and interpret the results, considering that this exercise is not sociological, but journalistic, and the sample is homogeneous and limited. The aim of the exercise is to conduct short audio-video interviews, to select various answers, and to develop interpersonal communication skills. This may be, for your students, this could be our first journalistic exercise. It's simple, it's basic, but it is very helpful. Some recommendation with this slide. I will finish the presentation of the units, and after that, because we have more time, I want to show you 2 case studies to discuss about, and if you could participate in dialogue, Adina and me will be very delightful. For this unit, SDGs, called SDGs on the information agenda of each country, our highlights and recommendations are: students should continue the action of Unit 4 with a view to observing the way in which public information and communication channels are used by governments and journalists to make the differences. Official communication, journalistic communication. Students should monitor the main national organizations that promote human rights, environmental protection, and conservation. Students should notice the mainstream media in their country and to observe to what extent this reflects on the issue of SDGs. Students should be instructed to read. I repeat this. You have. I think I put the same recommendation on the Unit 4, but mainly they are more or less the same for this module, for this first module. And the students should be orientated to use authorized, official, and reliable sources of information, and of course to use scientific resources to document SDGs and sustainability topics. So, dear colleagues, we are close to finish our session, but not. We have more time until which hour, Adina? Romanian hour is 3 o'clock. 2 and 2.
It's
18 minutes past 2.
2, yeah.
2. Which hour is in Malaysia?
Malaysia now is 7:25, 7:22 p.m. Yes.
Yes.
It's getting dark here now.
So I hope we will be not. This will be not an inconvenient to continue. I think this part that we want to show you, we choose two different cases, case studies, one of these cases are global. It's talk about news, a global news and a local news from here, from Sibiu, right in the city that we are living and we are teaching journalism. But the first example is global. I think you've already heard about this news. I will show the slide. Pay a little attention about the news. We have here a global news. Maybe, I don't know if in Asia this news arrived. You received, you know about the recent attacks of shark in Egypt last week.
Not sure.
You don't know.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
So it's not
I
really
didn't read the
global.
news.
The news
in our social media. It's not appear.
oh,
So-
thank you.
Haven't read
So
it.
it was
So,
on
you know
social
about-
media.
Sorry?
Huda? Oh no, it's another colleague. Have you heard about this this news about shark attack from social media, from Facebook maybe?
No.
What did you say, please?
I did not see this article came out in my social media. No, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
She haven't
so-
read.
so
She haven't
you-
read about
you-
this news. Yeah, she haven't read about this
Yeah,
news.
it was on in Romania. These news were
Okay.
on television as
Okay,
well,
see.
and it was covered by national media, and it
Oh,
was on
see.
social media as well. Yeah.
Okay, I
And
see.
so it's not pretty global, but in this news circulated in whole Europe and
Okay.
North America. So a big part of this planet have seen it and have heard about it, and of course knew about shark attacks in Egypt last week. In this tragedy, 2 women dead,
Died.
died. Two women. One of them was Romanian, a Romanian
I see.
woman. Yes. So in these images, comparatively, you can see. Please just see and reflect on the differences in images.
Yeah.
This is the Reuters site, media outlet, well-known media outlet, and this is a Romanian site, very known in Romania, of course, with a lot of followers and readers and I know users. Capital, and what I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the use of images, the use of in term from a sustainability point of view? We have 2 press materials. We have 2 journalistic approaches here. We don't focus on titles. We don't focus on content of the news, just on these 2 kind of images.
Okay, can I answer your question? Can I?
Please.
Okay.
please.
From the
I mean,
perspective
you are
of.
encouraged, all of you.
Okay,
Yes.
I think from the perspective of Reuters, they try to, don't create what I say.
They try to tone down the try.
Yeah,
you mean?
kind of. Don't try to create frightened. For the capital from your country perspective,
Yes.
maybe they try to create an issue and attract the readers to read the news because one of the victims was a Romanian, right? Is it?
Yes,
So-
it's very, very good. You don't to be a professional journalist to realize that one media outlet don't focus on emotions, on strong emotions. talking about the topic, a tragic topic, of course. 2 women died there, and other media outlet focus mainly on generate strong emotion to the reader, which
Mina, sorry, actually, I'm a journalist.
yes, I know.
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you that I make a short research with your registration forms.
Okay.
So you have the name on the screen. We have the papers with your registration form.
Yeah.
So we know that some of you are coming from journalism. Some of you are not any link with this field, but we are happy that we can change our ideas here and could learn each from others, and we can share our point of view. So it's very precious for us, very important for us, Mr., to have your point of view related to these approaches, journalistic approaches, and to say, maybe if you want, which do you think is more ethical and why?
Of course, Reuters.
Of course.
Of course, they are media agency. They have to be etiquette.
Could you explain for your colleagues and for the participants here in meeting why? Because this is a capital image is surely make more clicks, have a lot of visibility in online medium. And what is wrong with this image? Is a shark in it? What is wrong? Here is a simple images with a water, sea, and some people that are making snorkeling in water.
Well, like what I can say is, for the capital baby, they try to reach the more readers because they are online newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
They have to create some, can say, sensational image to attract people and create some fearsome to make people really want to read the news. Compared to Reuters, they are news agency. They have to be careful when the topic is it's about the death of the people. They have to be careful and to be etiquette.
Of course. And here are 2 parts involved in this, at least 2 parts. On the side are humans, and on the other side, we have sharks. What could learn people who see this image with a very terrifying shark in image, that the shark are beasts, are monsters, and in reality the things are different. So we need to educate people what means a wild habitat, what are the risks when are in there, and what statistic says about
Shark attacks.
Shark attacks. When a shark attacks, what should people behavior when they enter in a wild environment? You know, the same discussion is in Romania with the brown bears.
Yes.
Because the media
the articles and all the news they present, they even if they don't use, but they generally use very powerful images to illustrate the stories.
Okay.
But the focus is on strong words. People were killed, and they induce fear.
And the focus, Adina, the focus is on conflict. Human, wild animals.
Against
human,
animals.
always media focus on this conflict,
Yes.
not on cohabitation. How could we as a people cohabitate with another wild species? This is a perspective, this is approach.
Yes, I got your point. Supposedly, they create awareness, educate people about how to coexist with human and animal, not to create a fearsome for people about the conflict between man and animal. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, the idea would be that it should not be fear, but respect.
Respect, yeah.
And
supposedly, it's between create, educate versus issues to track the readers.
Just few journalistic materials in Romania bring into perspective the approach of an expert, a biolog, marine biolog or ethologist, to explain the behavior of shark sometimes.
Yes, I think it's same in Malaysia as well, because they use traditional journalism approach, create issue, attract people. That's it. They don't use what we call SDG media compact to create and educate people for the sake of the better living in the future. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much for sharing with us your experience.
If there are other colleagues who want to share their opinion, Charity, thank you very much. You wrote in the chat, very keen observation. The Romanian paper is more sensationalist and fear-mongering. And I'm afraid that this would be one of the learning outcomes that the students will leave with after this course, a way to present information that is in full length. It is with objective presented and based on scientific knowledge and following the right angle to the story. A more sustainable.
I want to say more thing. If you notice the source of these images, Capital put here online source. From this online resource, you can download free images, of course, but this image doesn't have any connection, any link with the event, with the tragic event. Instead, Reuters put here a real image from Hurghada, from Egypt, from that coast, with people snorkeling in the water. So this is from web, from online medium, of course, with Nil, Dreamstime.com. You can download free images to illustrate your journalistic materials, but it's not ethical. It's not ethical to do this. So I want to show you the next case study that's happened in Romania. Maybe Adina, you want to explain in a few words what's happened? I put the slide. Because it's not very clear on this side, but Adina will explain the event.
So this is local news. This is what appeared in the local media. The case of the title, the headline should read Roma children are banned to Sibiu pool area. The only one is the only one in Sibiu. The manager quote, "I select my clientele. They filled my pools with mustard." So this is the news. It's the situation in which some Roma kids, they wanted to have a bath. Lately in Sibiu, we have scorching temperatures, so it's very, very hot. This pool is the only the only open air pool in Sibiu. So they went there, and it was their first time. I'm not sure, Mina, how old were they? I mean, they were 5 to
between 4
5 and
or 5 until teenagers age.
Yeah.
And
So-
they were not alone. They
they were with the adults. Yes.
with a lady that is president of a local NGOs here that help these NGOs help poor children, very poor children, especially Roma children. And the kids were for the first time on this year at this swimming pool. They never been, so they couldn't mess the pool with mustard or other garbage, or they were for the first time this year. So
Yeah.
the local media in Sibiu, all of them, we monitoring every day. The local media in Sibiu put this kind of title: Roma children are banned at the swimming pool in Sibiu, or other titles, racism in Sibiu, and they present the facts and the parts involved. On the side, the NGOs and the poor kids, and the other side, the owner of the pool that banned, who banned the kids to entry in the pool, and the media stop. So that's all. Not any follow-up journalistic material about this topic. And I want to say you that in the section, in the comment section, at every article, every local media article, were thousands of hate speech comments, not to the owner, but to the children. You know what I mean?
Mina, we maybe it would be good to mention that Roma people is a minority in
Yes.
in Romania. They are a minority, and here in Romania they are still facing lots of issues, lots of prejudice, and they fight with stereotypes. And people,
Adina, statistics shows that is the most discriminated minority in Romania.
So there is still more to improve here, and the statistics really prove what happened in the media, and also proves the hate speech that followed the material in social media. Yes, and Roma kids in particular are discriminated, and they are in schools. They face a lot of prejudices. If I'm not mistaken, now that we are talking about the SDGs, there is one of the last reports launched by UNICEF with reference to child being. They say that in Romania, when it comes to protection, acceleration is needed, and also there is no relevant data on survive and thrive and learning. So yes, we do struggle at particular and in some points. Yes.
What's happened with media cover in this this case is that newspapers or news sites here in Sibiu just talk about the event, just let the people to comment a lot of hate speech in their comments section, and after that stopped. They do not investigate the truth. They were interested to find out the truth, because those kids were for the first time in that swimming pool. So the owner could maybe lied, you know, because the owner said that he cannot let the kids inside because they are bad and they are make a lot of mess and put mustard in the water and so on. And journalists have to investigate this, but no one do this. And the episode finished with that. This is the fact I present to you, but we don't investigate the truth until the final, you know. And this kind of approaches, of journalistic approaches, generate a lot of hate and divide the society, because the people still think that the Roma people are inferior or are not humans, or, you know, a lot of discriminations, attitudes against, racist attitude against these people. And the media has a very important role to put us together, to explain and to talk, to speak the truth in this case. But I think, I don't know, maybe the journalists, why they are not interested to go until the end with an investigation, because there on the swimming pool are camera, you know, video camera, and they could ask the owner to see on the camera if the same children were in the swimming pool or not. It's so simple to do this.
So that would be one of the most important tasks that we have to carry along in this 6-month journalism training course. And it is very important to focus on cases like this. As Mina said, there could be best practices, case studies, or on the contrary, okay, an example like this that you can analyze with your students from the sustainable SDGs point of view, bringing into discussions all the relevant aspects and details, and help them to leave the classroom with a very clear image. Okay, I need to investigate this more in depth. I need to go to all resources and to balance to find the right balance in the information. So if there are other colleagues who would like to say a few
or maybe
words.
If you have questions,
Yes,
or opinions, or please
feel free. I know it's late. And I know it's been a hard day. Yes. So
Hi, I have a opinion regarding this
Yes.
issue. I Asmaliza from Sinaharian, our Malay local newspaper here in Malaysia. I've been
hello.
for 16 years as a media practitioner.
She's my colleague.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, colleague. So it will be different situation in Malaysia because we have different practice regarding writing an article. For us, that we always cover news in both sides. You know.
yes.
We also have we also follow our ethics. Follow our ethics, and if we won't mention any races, specific race in our article. For example, we have 3 races in Malaysia: Chinese, Malay, and Indian. But if in article we don't mention which races is involved in the incident or what happened, because we want to avoid issue, crisis. So that's our role that we play to maintain the harmony in our country. So in this case, the media, we media organization have our own house style and maybe agenda, maybe the media at Romania, you have, maybe there's a lot of discriminations, racist, hate. So for us in Malaysia, we try to maintain as our best our harmony between all the races, all the citizens in Malaysia.
Thank you.
That's a very good news.
Thank you for your comment.
We have to check it. We have to check it. Do you have English newspaper to recommend us to read some news site?
There's more our ethics that we practice in our country.
Yeah, Asmaliza and our colleagues, please do not leave this meeting with the impression that all media in Romania is like this. No, this is just an example. Yeah,
that's that's our responsibility. Maybe in future, as for me as a lecturer to teach our generation journalists
exactly
to be more
so we do
on what they are reporting.
We do have colleagues and we do have media and journalists who do an extraordinary work. And
yes,
may I ask you something for the next time, for the next Friday? Could you choose and bring to us an example of bad practice in Malaysian journalism?
Okay, I would love to.
Oh, thank you.
But I don't think we have one. I don't think.
Maybe we can.
We always bound with the ethic, with the media ethic. I don't think we have one.
Maybe from local media. From local media. So
maybe I can give you some example of the article that we do not mention the race, but it involves something. Maybe I can find for you.
That not on this topic. Not on this topic. All topic you have in your mind. No, not this topic with racism and no. In Romania, of course, it's a problem. We try to bring you examples of bad practice and practices and good practices. And the next session, next Friday, we will come with good practices examples from Romanian media. Okay.
This is the extreme. This was the extreme. This is a very, very bad one.
Okay, Mina, we have I think very controversial news for last 2 days. A man was dead stabbed by an elephant.
I'm sorry.
I didn't understand. Can you repeat?
A man dead stabbed by 11.
11 hours?
11, elephant. Sorry, elephant.
Yes, elephant.
Yes.
So he was stomped. The
by
elephant
killed by elephant.
Killed him. He stepped. The elephant stepped on the man.
And the media covered yes. this event, this topic.
Yeah.
And you, okay, it's very interesting. I can wait to see how. Maybe in the next session we will discuss more. I hope maybe we will have more time for this kind of interactive session,
especially in module 3.
Yes,
3.
Sure.
Yeah, and 4, the module 4 practicum.
Yeah,
uh,
module
to
3
discuss.
is exclusively devoted to journalism practices, and yes, and then module 4 practicum. So yeah, prepare the articles, prepare
But-
your study cases. Yeah.
Adina, I don't think I can join for the practicum session because I have a green seminar for the whole day. I think I can join the session.
Okay. I'm sorry to hear, but okay, maybe you can leave those with your colleague or
Yeah.
somebody else from your institution
Maybe.
can share. Yeah.
So any questions? Any opinion for today? It was a long day, I know. I feel guilty.
I sent the link for the Google form in the chat for everyone to see. Please, you can find it to fill in the feedback form and send it back. You can access it now, so it would be easier. Yes, done. Thank you.
And Adina, we didn't discuss anything about assessment. We have to think with our Malaysian colleagues for a assessment form, self-assessment form, because
maybe
not sure.
give them the link. Give them the link to do the test. This would be a very good self-assessment practice exercise, just to see how sustainable our colleagues' lives are.
It's just a self-assessment.
Okay, I'm ready.
Just let them have that immersive experience, and yeah, see how they do and what do they think.
Okay. Da, dacă l-ai, da.
I-ai zis că l-ai pe
dar nu mai știam la care faci referire. Excuse us. Romanian language is pretty tiresome to speak only in English and to hear just English from early in the morning to afternoon. And maybe, I don't know.
We'll think about it.
Adina, de la ce te-ai gândit? Că nu am fost pe fază.
Ce am discutat ieri cu linkul pentru test, pentru quiz. Să-l facem acum în 10 minute. Să-l fac 10 minute și... Ai zis că l-ai pregătit. Ai zis că l-ai pregătit.
Stai să văd unde. Numai un pic.
Just be patient, bear with us just for 2 minutes. We have to identify the link. Ăla-i video report, nu e aici.
L-ai găsit tu?
Da.
Să mai prezint ecranul meu? Nu.
Nu știu, stai.
No, stop share. Am dat stop share, Adina. Eu zic să ne gândim la altă variantă, că nu e târziu acum. Că nu-l mai găsesc. I cannot find the link. Adina was talking. I can't remember where is it.
Okay. Or take 5 minutes. Take 5 minutes and think of a project or some ideas that you can develop with your students in terms of sustainable development, some activities that you can do in campus. Just pin down 3 or 5 ideas. What pops into your mind right now after hearing so many things about the SDGs, about sustainable development, about going green, about clean water, so on and so forth. So think of 3 ideas, 3 activities that you can do with your students in campus in terms of to increase awareness about the sustainability, about the SDGs, and of course, lead a more sustainable life.
L-am găsit între timp. Poți să-l pun pe...
Acum am zis altceva. Da.
Da, le ia 5 minute să-l facă. I found the link. Just, after we finish, not now, but you can communicate your results for the next session, colleagues. In these meetings, we are not professors and students, we are all colleagues and partners. And thank you all for your valuable participating. Sir, Mr. you are a champion today because you stay all the time with your camera on. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Adina?
Thank you.
Yes, so do we have any ideas? Have you had a chance to think of a couple of ideas?
If not now, you can think
not
and
now,
write.
we will create a document and we will ask you to write them down. Okay, in the meantime, in the chat box, you have the link. Okay, just go on that
Just
link.
few minutes.
Do that.
But
the
not
quiz
now.
is a 1-minute quiz. It won't take longer. Just for fun, do this quiz about sustainable development.
And don't forget about feedback form, please. We need it complete. So have a good evening, a good sleep.
Thank you very much for being here.
I have
I'll
a meeting for 2 hours.
Yes.
For work, I have work meeting.
Yeah,
9 to 11.
Okay. Thank you all for your participation. We'll see you next week, same time, same place. Yes. Okay, on the next module.
Next Friday.
Next
Bye.
Friday. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Okay, thank you, Mina and Adina, for the session for 2.5 hour session. So I think I want to
Bakhtiar, for helping us with all technical aspects.
I just want to have a quick answer for a few questions from the chat room, chat box, that the slide and also the recording we will send to all the participants. And
yes.
After the session.
Can you send them the Google form as well with
yes,
that?
Yes.
Okay.
So please, for all the participants to fill up the feedback form and also the registration form, because all the information we will get from there in order for us to prepare for the certificate later on, and also any corresponding email to all the participants. So thank you again, Adina and Mina, for your lovely presentation today. Then see you next week. Yeah, for the module 2.
See you next week.
Okay,
yes.
and all the participants, thank you very much for attending this course, and see you next week.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Okay, bye. Bye.